It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
the Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Tuesday, May 30th, 2017. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani back inside our New York City studio. Tuesday is the new Monday. Just for this week only. Don't worry, we're back on Monday next week, but we were off yesterday, as you may have heard or seen, because it was Memorial Day here in the United States, a very important day. A time to remember, a time to give thanks, a time to pay our respects for those who sacrificed their lives for this great country. So always important to take that day off and reflect, and we were more than willing to do so. So we're on Tuesday this week, and as you know, I sometimes feel guilty when I leave you hanging, when I don't give you... I like routine. I like when things stay the same. So I feel bad. I know some of you feel bad. So I like to make it up to you with a great lineup. And I think we did that this week. Also, last week we gave you an hour extra. Hopefully that held you over for the one day in which we were late. So a lot to discuss this week. Of course, a very busy week in MMA. Last week, a lot of news, a lot of things happening. UFC was back in Stockholm, Sweden. What a performance by Alexander Gustafsson. Not only does he knock out Glover Teixeira with a series of uppercuts, maybe his best performance, certainly as of late, but then he tops it off with the classic proposal to his girlfriend, the mother of his child. I love the way he said it. Thanks for having a kid. Nothing, in my opinion, will ever top Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth way back in the day. But this was fun. This was a nice moment in front of his home country. The second proposal in a UFC octagon this month. The first, of course, at UFC 211 not that long ago. No, excuse me. Wait. We had Pennington and Tisha Torres. That was the first, and then we had another one recently, but that wasn't in the octagon. This was in the octagon. Which was the one? Something happened recently where someone proposed to a loved one in the cage, or maybe I'm just imagining these things. I know what happened recently. Anyway, Alexander Gustafsson, great moment for him. Great moment for his now fiance. A nice return for the UFC to Stockton. Volkan Ozdemir with the shocker of all shockers, knocking out Misha Serkinov in the first round in a matter of seconds. Who saw that coming? And now somewhat justifying that fifth-ranked spot that he's in the light heavyweight division. I didn't understand it. I don't think a controversial split decision win over OSP, if we're going to compare it to Serkinov's record going into that fight, equals 4 straight impressive wins inside the octagon, but now he picked up that win. He wants Jimmy Manuel. Let's see what happens there. Of course, UFC 212 is this weekend. It's UFC's return to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and it features the featherweight. Oh, of course, Sean Al-Shadi, my man, reminding me, Jessica Andrade. So we actually have 3 proposals. We had Andrade in the... I knew something happened earlier this month. Andrade at UFC 211, and then we also had Raquel Pennington and Tisha Torres off the grid in their personal lives, and now we have Gustafsson. So that's 3 proposals in 1 month. A lot of love in the air in the world of mixed martial arts. Thank you very much to Sean for that heads up. I blanked on that one. Andrade in Dallas just a couple of weeks ago after her loss to Yanni on Jacek. So UFC 212 is this weekend. It's in Rio. It features the featherweight unification bout between Jose Aldo and Max Holloway. Also a great co-main event featuring Claudia Gadelha versus Karolina Kowalkiewicz. There's a lot to discuss there. There's a lot of news, as I said. What's going on in the flyweight division? What's going on in the welterweight division? What's going on in the women's featherweight division? What is going on all over the place in the world of mixed martial arts? As I said, we have a lot to discuss. We've got a great lineup. So let me run down today's lineup, get it into our first guest of the day, because he's actually related to one of those hot topics. At 3:05, we're going to talk to GSP, George St-Pierre. In case you missed it, he was at a conference in Montreal on Friday, and he finally revealed why he can't fight in the summertime. He's dealing with an eye injury, and so obviously wanted to talk to him about the eye injury. What are the specifics? And when is he planning on coming back? What does this mean for his planned middleweight title fight against Michael Bisping? Just what is going on? What is happening? I even have a message from one Tyron Woodley to GSP, so stay tuned for that. 2:45, we've got Sage Northcutt. It was announced last week that he'll be returning to action on July 29th at UFC 214. Also recently had that tonsil surgery. So we'll talk to Super Sage at 245. 225, we'll talk to the newest member of the Bellator MMA roster, one Roy Nelson. How about that? Big country. Headed to Bellator. A lot of people didn't know that he was a free agent after his loss to Alexander Volkov in April, that fight in Kansas City. His contract ran out. Some people like to talk about it beforehand. Others don't. Roy Nelson is one of those. And he recently signed with Bellator, hoping to debut later on this year. An interesting signing, an interesting addition for their heavyweight division. 205, we'll talk to Mike Perry, Platinum Mike Perry. Always a pleasure to talk to Mike Perry. He's been in the news as of late as well. Ally Quinta looking for a fight, all that stuff and more. 145, we'll talk to the newest member of the UFC's light heavyweight roster, Gökhan Saki, the Rebel, 0-1 in his MMA career. And he left Glory recently, and now he is a part of the UFC. Who saw this coming? How bizarre. Very surprising and very exciting news. And you know what? It's not your typical UFC signing, to be honest. 0-1. Of course, he has a long history in the world of kickboxing, one of the very best to ever compete in kickboxing, former champion, all that stuff and more. But this is a division that needs names. This is a division that needs some draws. This is a division that needs some new blood. He's not that old. He's only 33. Just 1 second. And so we'll talk to Gökhan Saki at 145. I am looking forward to that. At 125, we'll talk to Cody Garbrandt in his first interview since pulling out officially of UFC 213. Cody Garbrandt was supposed to fight TJ Dillashaw on July 8th, had the back injury. They officially pulled the plug on that fight, which is unfortunate, but hopefully he'll be able to come back in relative short order. I know that he already started his physical therapy, and so we'll get that fight hopefully sooner rather than later, although the UFC is trying to book TJ Dillashaw versus Demetrius Johnson, which I have many thoughts about. You may have heard some of them on the MMA Beat last week. And so it's a bit of a mess of a situation, but I'm looking forward to talking to Cody at 125. Now, in a matter of seconds, we are going to be joined by Yoel Romero, one Yoel Romero, I was going to say, who is a little tardy on this Monday morning. The story with him is that he is now replacing the Cody Garbrandt TJ Dillashaw fight. How is he replacing that fight? Well, it was announced last week that Yoel Romero is going to fight Robert Whittaker for the interim middleweight title at UFC 213 on July 8th in Las Vegas. So the new main event for that card is Amanda Nunes versus Valentina Shevchenko. Durandamy is on my mind because she's involved in her own mess of a situation. But no, it's Amanda Nunes versus Valentina Shevchenko for the UFC women's bantamweight title. So the co-main event is now Yoel Romero versus Robert Whittaker, and that's for the interim middleweight title. And of course, the introduction of interim belts, very much a hot topic in the past year or so in the UFC because they've been handing them out like candy. But this is actually one of the only times in which I believe they kind of got it right. The division needs to move along. Michael Bisping said that he can't move his knee. He's still banged up. He wants to return at the end of the year. So you institute an interim middleweight belt between the top two contenders, and now things move along a little bit, and hopefully there's a trickle-down effect. Hopefully you get Luke Rockhold on board. They're trying to sign Gegard Mousasi, although that's taking a little longer than they hoped. And to be quite honest, his exclusive negotiation period is up relatively soon, and so that means Bellator might come into play if they can't get it done before then. And at this point, if I'm Gegard, I might as well just wait. I mean, you rolled the dice on yourself this long. You might as well just wait to see what's out there for you as opposed to signing before anyone else. I mean, what's the point of testing free agency if you're not going to actually test free agency? He was supposed to, they were very close. They were almost there. They almost scored that touchdown. A couple of weeks ago at the retreat, they had a meeting on the Friday night and they just couldn't get the deal done. So let's see what happens there. But I think doing the interim middleweight title fight makes a lot of sense. You get the division rolling, and you can still salvage, if you really want it, the GSP Bisping fight. Now, we'll find out how serious GSP's eye injury is. We'll also find out sooner rather than later just how serious Michael Bisping's knee injury is. But I have a feeling that if GSP is able to return in November, maybe at MSG, which the current plan is November 4th, that's a fight that makes a lot of sense. Close to Montreal, close to Canada. He's trained here in New York for many, many years. That's a big fight for round 2 at MSG, especially when you consider the fact that Conor McGregor probably, if that Floyd Mayweather fight gets done, probably won't be involved. You don't have, Ronda Rousey, of course. GSP is probably the next best thing. And why I like keeping that fight intact is simply because they promised it. They had the press conference. They made the, they made the announcement. Whole hullabaloo. You promised the guy. They've been talking about it for, well over half a year at this point. Might as well get it done. And it's amazing. We are approaching this weekend, the 1-year anniversary of UFC 199, when Michael Bisping shocked the world and defeated Luke Rockhold. Feels like so long ago. And it would be great to see him, get that big fight as champion. And again, this isn't a fight that he asked for. It's a fight that GSP asked for, that the UFC wanted to do. He didn't ask for the Dan Henderson fight. They wanted to do it. And of course he obliged. Maybe he didn't have to. Maybe he could have done what DJ did. But he took the fights. And now he wants to wait for his money fight as he is rapidly approaching the end of his career. And I think that that's a great fight for Madison Square Garden. So it's going to be Yoel Romero. God, it's going to be Yoel Romero versus what? Robert Whittaker for the interim middleweight title. What is going on? So we have Skype. What is happening? Let's go to Skype. Is there something going on here? Is anyone sitting in the chair?
I'm sitting in the chair.
Let me see you. What's going on here? You trying to muscle your way on this damn show again, Maliki? Where is Yoel?
No, I don't want to be on the show, but I need another minute because Ray's running a little late, so I apologize.
Where's Yoel?
Yoel's here, but Ray's
So you
late.
translate for him. You've done it before on this show. Stop playing around. What are you guys? I got a show to run here. You're the one.
Well, here, listen, I'm sorry.
You're the ones who told me he's got to be done by 125. He's got training. He's got this. I'm trying to get you out of here. I mean, really? What? Ray's going Hollywood on us?
We're going to try to do this in English.
Yoel, my brother. Yoel, last time you were on the show, you were talking to Anderson Silva in English. Don't be shy all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah, but how are you, man?
How are you? Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom, Shabbat.
Last time you were on, you were talking to Anderson in English. You don't need these guys. They're holding you back.
Oh, talk to me in English.
I want to speak in very well,
Yeah, see?
Okay, all right. Now you're shy. Okay, well, let's get into it because we don't have a lot of time. I know you have to get to training. Are you happy with the way things turned out? You're fighting for the interim belt against Robert Whittaker. I know you were a little frustrated. Are you happy with this situation?
Yeah, for sure. I'm very happy, And the final is I have a fight, for the title. That's what I want. I want to fight for the belt, It's an interim belt, but it's a very important tool when you fight for the belt, because you're training for something,
Does it matter to you that it's interim and not the real belt? Does that bother you?
No, I take the interim belt, I fight for the interim belt, and then I wait for Bisping, for Mr. Bisping,
Do you believe if you win the interim belt that Bisping will fight you?
I believe in God. That's what I believe. I don't care. Yes, sir. I don't care if Bisping fight or no fight,
Are you disappointed that your next fight isn't against Bisping? Like, did you really, or did you kind of just move on from that whole situation?
Contento con mi situación ahora o no solo contento, solo que ahí disappointed Si tú estás un poquito bravo, no, pues no.
You know, I'm not mad to say his guy fight or no fight. You know, I am very flexible with God. The time. That's what I say every time. You need it. You needed
The translator's here. I'm out of here. One second, let me.
Ray, what happened? Ray, all of a sudden, Ray got famous on us, and he's showing up late to interviews. Where's my man? What's happening here? Ray, what happened to you, Ray? You got famous on us. You got famous on us. Now you're showing up late?
Never me, man. Never famous.
Well, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too, Ariel. How you been?
I've been great. Thank you. Well, you know, last time Yoel was on, he jumped on the show and he didn't need you. He was speaking in English just fine. So I thought that you got the boot.
No, I'm still here. Still here.
The question I asked Yoel right before, and he seemed to have a little bit of trouble with, was he disappointed that he, like, title or not, it seemed like he really wanted to fight Bisping. Is there a part of him that's upset that it's not Bisping next?
Estaba desatisfecho, alguna molestia de que título o no, o sea, tú querías pelear con Bisping y si estás, tú sabes, desatisfecho que no va a ser Bisping siguiente.
No.
Same answer. No is no.
Why?
No.
Okay.
Porque voy a pelear por el título. Sí, yo siempre he tenido en mi cabeza que tú tienes que ir paso a paso. Y el siguiente paso en estos momentos es pelear por el título.
I've always had in my head, I'm not dissatisfied, I'm okay. I've always had in my head that you have to go step by step. And the goal right now is to fight for the title, and that's what I'm going for. I'm going to get the title.
No es una persona en específico.
It's not one specific person.
Huh.
Ahora, no está de más que la comida hubiese sabido un poquito mejor si hubiese sido Mr. Bisping.
But it's safe to say that the food would have tasted just a tad bit better if it would have been Mr. Bisping. And everybody knows why.
Yes, of course. He said recently that he injured his knee, and it's clear that he still wants to fight GSP, and GSP still wants to fight him. I just have to ask, do you believe that he's injured, that he can't fight?
Él dijo que recientemente se lesionó la rodilla, pero él dice que él todavía quiere fajarse con GSP, y GSP dice que él también se quiere fajar con Bisping. ¿Tú crees que de verdad se lesionó la rodilla?
You know, my man, hay que creerle al hombre.
You know, I guess you gotta believe the man, you know.
Él dice, pregúntale a él mismo si él se cree eso.
He wants to know, Romero wants to know if you believe that.
Oh, that's not for me to answer. No, I do believe it. I do believe it. I mean, look.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we believe it too.
Okay, fair enough.
Ni el mismo Bisping se cree eso.
Yeah, he says that not even Bisping himself believes that.
Okay. What do you make of Robert Whittaker? Have you been impressed with him lately? He's coming off that big win over Jacare. What do you think about him?
¿Qué piensas de Robert Whittaker? ¿Te impresiona de alguna forma? Acaba de ganarle grandemente contra Jacare. ¿Qué piensas de él?
Un gran atleta, está haciendo muy bien todo lo suyo. Creo que el mayor nefasto que pudo haber hecho todos los atletas delante de Willy, que fue haberlo menospreciado. Willy, que es tremendo atleta.
He's a great athlete. He's doing everything that he needs to do to become even a greater fighter. And the worst mistake that any fighter can make in front of Whittaker is to underestimate him. He's a great athlete.
Yoel, do me a favor, and can you go smack the Kawa brothers and tell them to be quiet? We're doing a live interview here, and they're speaking, and I can't hear you. Can you do that for me? Slam them to the ground. Go, do it. Do it for me. Malky, keep it quiet, all right? It's not all about you.
Nobody talk.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. You know, you're wearing that Cuba hat over there, and it reminds me, you said you're only going to go back once you became champion. If you win the interim belt, does this qualify, or will you wait until you win the official title?
Tienes el sombrerito de Cuba ahí, la gorra. Dice que vas a regresar a Cuba cuando tengas el título. Si ganas ahora, ¿esto califica como el título o vas a esperar hasta que unifiques los títulos?
No. Esto califica como título, ya que también hace una hora aproximadamente hablé con mi hijo. Él desea verme, él añora verme y pues ya el tiempo está cumplido. Voy a hacer todo lo que está como usted, voy a hacer todo lo que siempre he hecho y después de la pelea, pues, con el favor de Dios y ya.
No, this fight qualifies as a title. So as soon as this is over, you know, just an hour ago, I spoke with my son in Cuba, and you know, he wants to see me, and I want to see him. And as soon as this is over, I'm gonna do everything that needs to be done so I can head to Cuba and see my son.
Wow. When's the last time you saw him?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que lo viste?
Hace 11 años.
It's been 11 years.
Wow. Do you FaceTime with him?
Lo habla con él a través de FaceTime o Skype.
Wow. Does he watch your fights?
Yeah.
Sí.
That's amazing. Does he wrestle?
Él lucha.
No quiere nada de deporte.
He doesn't want to know anything about sports.
Really? Interesting. How old is he?
Ya tiene.
12.
12. Wow. So you haven't seen him. That must be the greatest motivation of all, right? I mean, win this fight, bring the belt back to him. I can't imagine anything being a greater motivator than that, right?
No hay más motivación. Esta va a ser la motivación más grande que hay. Ganas coger el cinto y llevárselo a él.
Ahora mismo me están sudando las manos.
Right now, my hands are sweating.
Wow. Do you have your trip booked already? Your flight booked?
Ya tienes tu vuelo listo.
No.
Todavía.
No.
Not yet.
But will it be short?
Ahora, en mi foco es la pelea.
Right now, my focus is the fight.
Okay. Fair enough. And this is happening, you know, in what, 5 weeks or so. Is this enough time for you for a title fight? They just announced it. It's July 8th. Do you wish you had a little more time to prepare?
La pelea en 5 semanas más o menos. Esto es suficiente tiempo para ti. Lo acaban de anunciar. Pelea por título. ¿Quisieras haber tenido un poquitico más de tiempo o estás bien con este tiempo?
No, está muy bien este tiempo, está perfecto.
No, perfect.
Perfect.
Right on time.
Really? Because usually you get 2 months, 2.5 months. This time you're getting a little over a month.
Normalmente coges 2 meses, más de 2 meses.
Perfect.
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 And just out of curiosity, which opponent interested you more, Whittaker or Anderson Silva?
¿Qué oponente te interesaba más a ti? ¿Whittaker o Silva?
A ver, right now, lo que me interesa es el título.
Right now, let me see. Right now, the only thing I'm interested in is the title.
Okay.
Puede ser Anderson, puede ser cualquiera de los 5 primeros que estén ahí en el ranking.
It can be Anderson, it can be any of the first 5 in the rankings.
Siempre y cuando sea el título.
As long as it's for the title.
Ahora, Anderson es Anderson.
Now, Anderson is Anderson.
Yeah.
No. It's the legend, you know?
Have you allowed yourself to dream about what it will feel like after everything you've been through when they put the belt around your waist? Do you think about that?
Te has permitido soñar y pensar en cómo se va a sentir después de todo lo que has traspasado en tu vida cuando te estén amarrando ese cinto alrededor de tu cintura.
Primero pienso en pelear mi pelea.
First, I think of, let me fight my fight.
Okay.
No puedo pensar en una cosa que no sé cómo va a ser emocionalmente, no sé.
I don't even want to think on something that I have no idea how it's going to be emotionally or.
No puedo preparar algo que sale del corazón. Cuando las cosas salen del corazón, salen espontáneamente, no se improvisan.
I I can't explain something that is going to come out of my heart. It's something that you can't improvise. It's just going to come out spontaneously.
Ahora, lo que yo sí te puedo decir es cómo me estoy sintiendo ahora que estoy preparándome para el título.
What I can't tell you is how I feel, the way that I'm preparing for the title.
Me siento bien, me siento bendecido, me siento que Hashem ha estado a mi lado a diestra y siniestra.
I feel good. I feel blessed. I feel that the Lord is on my side, you know, in the good and the bad.
So you're 40 years old now, right, Yoel?
Tiene 40 años ahora.
40.
What is it? How has it been possible that you've remained? I mean, I know you had the neck surgery not that long ago, but did you ever think that at 40 years old you'd be fighting, you know, the highest caliber opponents possible? What has been the secret to your success here? To not just stay successful, but to be, you know, this age, to have this kind of longevity in a sport that's rather brutal. We don't see 40-year-olds usually fighting for a belt.
¿Cómo que te sientes en este momento teniendo 40 años? No se ven los cuarentones peleando por el cinto. Esto es un deporte brutal y fuerte. ¿Cómo es que te sientes? ¿Cómo estás?
Por eso es que te digo, yo sé que con la edad que tengo y miro a mi alrededor, hay muy pocos que han peleado y si puedo mirar y la memoria no me falla, creo que voy a ser la primera persona de 40 años que tiene un título mundial. I don't know.
I think that, and if my memory doesn't fail me, I think that I'll be the first 40-year-old, you know,
Por primera vez.
fighting for a belt for the first time.
Porque no es lo mismo que tú hayas sido campeón, lo perdiste y después vuelvas a discutir el título mundial.
It's not the same if you've been a champion and you lose it and then you know, try to gain the belt back.
Pero yo he estado viniendo desde abajo y a los 40 años que voy a discutir el título.
But I started from the bottom, and at 40 years of age is where I'm gonna, you know, fight for the title.
Ahí es donde yo que vivo una relación día a día, los que están conmigo, que están día a día conmigo, pueden darse de cuenta de cuánto he sido bendecido de Dios.
And that's why, you know, the guys that are with me day in, day out, they can tell. People that are with me every day can tell how I've been blessed, you know, by God.
Yo también vivo una vida sana,
I also live a very healthy life,
pero no dejo de reconocer que la bendición de Dios está hoy.
but I never neglect to recognize that God's blessing has always been there.
Todo lo que hago me bendice, me cuida, inclusive con la lesión que tengo y aún sigo peleando.
Everything that I do, He blesses me, He takes care of me. And even with my injury, you know, I'm still fighting, I'm still winning.
Y no solamente pelear, sino pelear y pelear bien, ganando batallas.
And not just fight, but fight and fight well, you know, winning battles.
Do you think about? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Ya llevo 32 años como atleta y desde 1996 estoy en la élite mundial. Eso es una gran bendición.
Since 1996, I've been in the, you know, the world class, the elite athletes of the world, and that's a great blessing in itself.
Is there a certain age that you want to go until? Do you think about that?
¿Hay alguna edad que tú quieres llegar y piensas en eso?
No, no pienso en la edad.
Nope, I don't think on any age.
Okay.
No pienso. Mi papá peleó boxeo hasta una edad bien avanzada en Cuba, o sea, para Cuba, ¿no? Hasta los amateurs. Ya en Cuba a la edad de 37, 38 años, amateur boxing, ya la gente pierde mucha rapidez. Y mi papá peleó hasta los 38, 39 años.
My father boxed in Cuba, and most people stopped boxing at 36, 37. My dad was fighting till 38, 39.
Wow. Okay. So it runs in the family. Last thing for you, Yoel, I know this has been a bit of a frustrating year for you because like you didn't know what was going on after the Weidman win. Once you found out, okay, July 8th, it's happening. You have an opponent. You're fighting for the belt. And I know you're the kind of guy who stays in shape and goes to the gym regularly. You don't take breaks. Did you sense a different, you know, like, did it feel like, okay, you had a greater pep in your step, some more drive, some more excitement? Did you notice a difference once you actually had a goal, a date, an opponent, all that stuff, as opposed to just kind of waking up aimlessly, no idea what was going on with the division?
después de la ganancia Whiteman, y él sabe que tú entrenas, que tú no paras de entrenar, que tú siempre estás yendo al gimnasio, que tú de verdad no coges tiempo libre. Pero cuando te dieron el día, julio 8, y te pusieron esa meta, ¿sentiste un salto más en tu paso, algo más, un tipo de felicidad, que ya tenías una meta lista al frente?
For sure.
Changes everything, right? It's a beautiful thing.
Cambia.
Sí, cambia mucho,
Algo bello.
claro que cambia, y principalmente dentro de ti, como en el estómago y el corazón se unen al mismo tiempo y los dos se conectan, y entre los dos tienen una misma conexión y un mismo sentir. Es algo raro, es algo bello.
It changes everything. It's something like if your heart and your stomach and just everything, your soul, just all binds together, and you feel something beautiful. It's just that goal that I need to reach.
Well, I'm very happy for you. I'm looking forward to it. July 8th, UFC 213, Yoel Romero versus Robert Whittaker for the interim middleweight title. Finally, we get to see him back in action. Finally, we get to see him fight for the belt. I think the UFC got this one right. I'm happy that they actually did it. I'm excited. I can't wait. It's on my birthday. It's a very exciting time. So thank you, Yoel. Thank you, Ray. Thank you to the Kawa brothers. And we'll see you in Las Vegas. Muchas gracias. Good luck to you. All right, guys. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much. So there he is, Yoel Romero fighting Robert Whittaker on July 8th. Of course, the reason why that fight is happening is because Cody Garbrandt versus TJ Dillashaw, at least for now, is not happening. Cody Garbrandt out due to a back injury. We've been wanting to talk to him for quite some time, and I do believe this is the first time that he talks about the injury. So happy that he's on the show. Unfortunately, under these circumstances, but I appreciate him taking out some time. He joins us now on the phone. Cody, are you there?
I'm here, brother.
Thanks for coming on, Cody. I really appreciate it. So tell us, when did you first injure your back?
You know, it's been a few years, to be honest, and I dealt with it all last year. I kind of had to, progress. I had 4 fights. A lot of people forget I went from unranked to world champion in 11 months. I was constantly grinding in the gym, no days off. I was fighting, training, and that's what it was last year. My body just didn't hold up to it. I had the injury. I had a fracture in my back when I was 17 during football. I had some herniated disc. So I kind of dealt with it on and off for, since I was 17 years old. And progressively, I started incorporating more, Muay Thai kicks and different body motions, and I just didn't hold up last year. Like I said, I had to kind of really schedule my training around my injury. During camp, the Mizugaki fight, I almost thought I was going to have to pull out of that one as well. It was 2 weeks where I couldn't even walk, let alone train. So I went in there, on a not so good training camp, but it's a fight at the end of the day. I had to do what I had to do. The UFC was keeping me busy and giving me opportunities. I'm very thankful for. I couldn't pass up. And I worked so hard to be here at the highest level to fight the best. So I want to be 100% when I go in there. When I step in the training. I love fighting. I want to be excited about going to training every day and pushing myself and getting better. So that's where I'm at right now with this injury, and I'm doing everything I need to do to get back. So is the UFC. I'm very thankful for Dana and the UFC for doing the stem cells for me here in the States, and then flying to Germany and doing the therapy over there. So I'm feeling much better, doing a lot of rehab and doing rehab almost every day, 6 days a week with my strength and conditioning coach and Kind Performance out here in Sacramento.
When did you start to think that, okay, this is problematic, this might, preclude me from fighting on July 8th? Because I know you did the initial treatment here in the United States, and then you flew out to that specialist in Germany. How long ago did you start to really get worried about it?
So we did the stem cell in Las Vegas. It was kind of, went to a couple of doctors, x-rays, MRIs. It went from cortisone to thinking about getting epidural to, hey, you're getting stem cell all in a day's time, real quick. So I'm like, all right, kind of, this is what I have to do to get, to heal me. And I spoke with the doctors, and they're like, oh yeah, you should be good. So I was trusting the doctors, and I did what they said. They told me to, take 4 weeks off of nothing. I couldn't move treadmill. I couldn't do anything. So that was, hard within itself, especially when you have a you defend your title. You have a fight scheduled, so you have that on top of getting healthy. You have to worry about the fight and getting ready for that, and you have all that. What if Back's going to be healthy? So I kept positive. Try to keep as positive as I can with my coaches, my teammate, my fiance, my family. So I did the recovery. I did the rested, and they said that I'd be clear on March 1st, and I got clear on March 1st. They said that it would be good to start training, and I said I talked to the doctors throughout the month of the resting. I say when I get the clearance March 1st, I'm going to go like a bat out of hell and train how I trained. And they're like, oh yeah, they said, yeah, you'll be good for the fight. So got home. As soon as I got off the airplane, Danny still picked me up, went and trained that day. Then I went and sparred 6 rounds straight Wednesday. By Thursday, I woke up and my back was in the worst pain. The worst pain that it's been in since the stem cell. And I rested and recovered. I think I just got so excited, trying to get back. Like you say, when you have a deadline to fight, you have to get ready for it, and that in my mind, I only know one pace, and that's, all out. So, and then I was listening to the doctors like, oh, you'll be good. The hip, heal the tear, and you'll be fine. So, I went there and I tried to push through my mid session with buckles on that day. And, it was just something that bothered me. And I was speaking to my fiance, and I was like, I don't know if this works. My back feels like it's worse. It kept locking up where I couldn't even walk, getting in and out of a chair. Like it was just miserable, and it was really debilitating, man. Like it's not fun. Anyone that knows, has back injuries or neck injuries, know how, painful and just annoying it can be because you can't do your daily functions. So I ended up reaching out to my manager, Ali, and I was like, hey, I don't know about the stem cell. I don't know what we can do elsewise. If we can do, I was thinking about just getting epidural and numbing the pain, but then, I'm just thinking about the quickest route that I can still, fight. I've never pulled out a fight, never had to pull out a fight, but also I've never had a serious injury like this. And at my age, I'm 25 years old. I'm thinking about longevity and, not in the now right now. So if I have to take a little bit of time off to heal and recover, that's going to, set me up for the next, 5 years, 10 years, however long I want to pursue, this career and this lifestyle. That's what I was looking at, so I got to sit back and think about the future outside of fighting, because really this is a small window of, a small window frame of my life that it's only going to be a small part, but it's going to set up the rest of my life. So I have to, do it smart. I have to think about my future. And that's what I was thinking about. So I hit him up and said, hey, it's not working. And talked to Dana. Sean and Shelby actually hit me up and said, okay, when can you go to Germany? And I'm like, I'm thinking they're going to fly me out like the next day or so. They flew me out a couple of days later, but I was like, they're like, we're going to get you to go to Germany and do this and see how it goes. So went over there and did the therapy with Germany. Dana Castillo went with me. We had a good time in Germany, and I got the procedure done. The doctors were amazing. And I got back, and my back, the pain's gone from the they shot anti-inflammatory. They took my blood out, mixed it, manipulated it with proteins and anti-inflammatory to help heal my back where the tear was at, where I'm having this kind of sciatic pain going down my leg. And that initial pain's gone, but it's still, it's still time. It takes time to make sure that it's not just the initial. That's how I felt with the stem cell. And I took that time off and rested, and I'm like, okay, the pain's subsided, substantially. So I feel like maybe it is working. So I was in such horrible pain that any bit of relief is like, oh, I'm getting better. That's what I felt. So I'm not going to rush this one. I'm doing rehab, like I said, 6 days a week and strength and conditioning, fixing and correcting my body. When you go into MMA and you train, it's a different training. And a lot of the fighters know this and coaching and people in the MMA, but the casual fan, they think we're, nothing against other football players or baseball players, nothing, but we come adapted to our sport, become specialists in our sports, and our body starts to go to that. So if you're just doing MMA and not correcting your movements and your patterns and your flexibility and all that, your body's going to start to wear down. And that's unfortunately what happened to me, and it's unfortunate at the time that it's happened. I was very excited with the fight with TJ. I don't want to prolong that fight. I want to give that dude an ass whooping the whole time I was around him, for various reasons. You know, that's the last thing I want to do is prolong the fight, you know, and because of an injury. You know, TJ has an ass whooping. I want to be 100% so I can give TJ 100% ass whooping. You know, I wouldn't be satisfied with me going there 60 sprint and still whooping his ass and only giving him a 60% ass whooping. You know, I want to give him 100% ass whooping like he deserves. So we're doing it right. You know, I'm first and foremost, I'm focusing on myself, just getting healthy and then getting back in the gym and testing it back out, and then we'll go from there. You know, I'm constantly keeping Dana updated, like, you know, how I'm feeling, and I'm excited to get back in there. I'm just getting started, you know, with Dominic Cruz fight. You know, it's unfortunate, but, you know, this is part of the sport. It keeps you hungry. Even when you're at the top, you know, there's always adversity and things to get over to. So this, for me, keeps me on my toes, you know, keeps me, you know, hungry and focused, and, you know, to get back. And, you know, I got that drive back again. And, you know, it's a different beast, you know, come back from the injury and then get in the fight camp and, you know, go defend the belt.
Any chance you'll need surgery?
I spoke to Dr. May. He's a doctor in Germany. And, you know, some of the doctors here had you know, different methods or ideas they thought that we could go, you know, if option A, option B, option C didn't work. And some of them were, you know, towards option C and D were surgery. But this doctor doesn't think so. You know, he thinks that the back, with these shots and me doing rehab and correcting my movement patterns and my flexibility and mobility, which is it's something that we all need to work on as fighters. You know, like I said, we become so adapted to our sport. But he doesn't think, you know, unless it's, you know, I don't give the right amount of time to heal, then it would just be like throwing all this out the window.
Okay.
And I'm not traveling all over the world, you know, to rush this. I want this healed so I don't have to go through that again. You know, it's something I don't have to take time off, something that you love. You know, it takes your happiness away. You know, I love going in there and training, pushing myself every day and, you know, working towards a common goal. And that's my common goal is to, you know, create a legacy. I got the belt, and now it's what you do with the belt. Doesn't matter how long you hold onto it. It's what you do with it. And I'm trying to go out there and, you know, TJ, he's, you know, my next adversary. And, you know, I'm going to finish him, and then I'm going to go fight Demetrius. And that's my legacy that I'm creating, you know. And it's funny because TJ is just, you know, a generic version of everything. He's just a generic Dominic Cruz. He just rides off everybody. He tries to take, you know, I wanted to fight Demetrius. Now he wants to fight Demetrius, you know. So it's just, I want to get healthy. And that's what I'm saying. Don't jump into a fight. I'm trying to get as healthy as I can. He knows I'm trying to get back as soon as I can. Like I said, I'm talking to Dana, letting him know, you know, my progress weekly. Like, I'm feeling good. I feel good. And he keeps telling me, you know, just take your time, don't rush it. And he's right, but this is a fight that I don't want to get let go. And that's my fight with Demetrius after I smash TJ, you know.
And we'll get to the Demetrius thing in a second, but I'm just wondering, a couple of weeks ago, did you feel any extra added stress or pressure when they had that press conference? You were en route to Germany to get this done, and it seemed like they were still kind of pushing the fact that this fight was happening July 8th, and even Dana said in interviews, like, you know, I'd be shocked if this doesn't work. It kind of felt like, in an indirect way, at least to me, like there was pressure being put on you to fight on this card. Did you feel that way?
You know what? A little bit, you know, I'm pressuring myself because I wanted to fight. You know, it was the hardest thing I had to do as to pull out of a fight. But this was, like I said, it was a serious injury. And, no, I mean, that's what they want. They want fights, and that's a huge fight, you know, and a huge opportunity for me. You know, it sucks I had to let that one go. But, you know, there's going to be more and more opportunities in my career that I just have to be smart with it. So I didn't, you know, like I said, I just try to stay positive about the whole situation. You know, the whole situation, I mean, it's out of my control. You know, injuries happen. You know, all I can do is do what I'm supposed to get healthy, and that's what I'm doing. And if I can't fight, I can't fight. You know, there's always going to be added pressure and this and that with fighting, you know.
And so what did you think when you started to hear that TJ was campaigning for the Demetrius fight and that the UFC appears to be on board with this idea? What was your reaction to that?
Fuck it. You know, they want to fight. It's whatever. TJ wants to fight. Go ahead. He's training hard. You know, go ahead. He knows it's an easier fight fighting Demetrius. So, you know, I got hurt, but I'm the one that pulled out of the fight. It doesn't matter. You know, now whatever I say is like, oh, you pulled out of a fight. Well, fuck it, I'm hurt. you know. So if they want to go down and fight, go ahead. I talked to Demetrius. Demetrius doesn't want to fight TJ. TJ's not a draw. TJ don't deserve it, you know. It don't matter. You're going to go to 25, okay, that's fine. TJ, you get beat, I will never fight you. I'm going to go down and fight Demetrius at 25. You lost that chance. TJ, you go in there and beat DJ, I'm going to jump down at 25 and steal your belt. You know, so that's what I told Dana. I texted Dana that. So I'm saying that's the way it plays out. That's the way it plays out. They said it's out of my control. I'm controlling on getting healthy. But them two want to fight each other, go ahead. I'm fighting the winner at that weight class. You know, that's my vision, is to win that belt. Right, and right now, that's what I said, you know, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to fight TJ in July and fight Demetrius in November. And, you know, and unfortunately I got injured. So, like, I really can't say much about it right now. The UFC is a business. They're going to try to, you know, make fights that make money. But I'm sorry, that's not a money fight, you know. And they both know that I'm the bigger draw for them both to fight, you know. You know, that's how I look at it. That's how I look at it, man.
When do you think you'll be able to fight again at this point?
It's really hard to say, man. The way I'm feeling right now, I mean, I feel good. I'm not getting too excited. I feel like, you know, I'm a 12-year-old kid out trying to climb trees again. You know, that's how I feel like I want to go do in my mind. But, you know, my coaches and my physical therapists are, you know, keeping me on track where I'm not. I'm doing enough to feel good. I'm not overexerting and you know, prolonging this injury longer than it has to be. I have a lot of ass whoopings to give out in the 135-pound division. And, you know, I'm going to stay true to that, get healthy, and get back. So I can't tell you a time frame. I can only hope, you know, that, hey, if it was a perfect world and everything worked right for me, I'd fight on, I'd whoop TJ's ass. What is that, July 28th?
In Anaheim? Yeah, July 29th.
Yeah. 29th, yeah.
You're trying for that?
I'm tracking my progress weekly.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to prolong this fight with TJ. I don't want to. He wants to go around and deal with this dickhead for this long. You know, like, I can't. You know, the guy's a cornball. You know, he just keeps telling lies on top of lies on top of lies. Everything that shit's over with. Hey, we're fighting. Now it's the fight. Now I want to focus on the fight. You know, the fight's already there. The fight's already going to be there. The fight was already there once TJ left. I knew I was still on the team. You know, I knew I was going to face TJ. I knew I was going to face TJ when I stepped on the blue mat the first time in Alpha Male. You know what I mean? Like, I knew that was a fight that was on the horizon. And, you know, and so did he. That's why he felt threatened by me the whole time out here. So that's a fight that I'm excited to get to. He can go on there, talk as much shit as he wants, and whatever he wants. This is my first interview I've done because I'm focused on the fight. You know, I'm focused on getting healthy. I don't want to talk about a fight. It's hard for me to get in that mindset to talk about a fight when I'm injured. You know what I mean? That's why I was like, I'm not going to the press conference. I'm over to Germany. I'm hurt. I only want to talk about a fight. I'm not doing any interviews. I don't want to talk about anything. I'm worried about focusing on the fight. I'll talk about my injury, but I'm not going to focus on talking about the fight. Now I'm in rehab. I'm feeling better, and I can track my progress. And I'm hoping like hell I get in there as soon as possible. You know, Lord willingly.
You think this year? You're hoping for this year, right?
For sure this year.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, the studies show that it's supposed to be, you know, super certain. I mean, I'm good friends with Tyson, and I was messing back and forth with him. He actually went out the week after. He has really bad back problems. He's been doing epidurals and all kinds of other things, and he actually went out the week after the doctor. And I mean, so the best of the best go there, and you know, they're one of the best, and that's what Dana set me up with. So I'll be, you know, super optimistic that I'll be back before the year's up for sure. I don't want to sit out. I mean, I have nothing else to do. I'm sitting in Sacramento, you know, watching everybody train, you know, and it's nice. I'm helping the guys out, and it's good to be around those guys. But I'm a grinder, and that's what I want to do. You know, I embrace that shit. I can't wait to get back.
And so just to be clear, because a couple of weeks ago we had Dominic on the show, and he said that he was hoping to fight the winner of you versus TJ end of the year. But you're saying you want to get this TJ fight out of the way, and then you're planning on going down to 125 to fight Demetrius? That's what you hope?
Yeah, fuck Dominic, dude. I gave him the rematch right after that.
Yeah.
Now he wants to come out and say that all these, I was injured, I had my foot, I needed to recover. Dude, I don't care. I don't even care about fighting that dude. I gave him the rematch right after the fight. He did not want to take that fight. So now he wants to come out, but I want the winner. Okay, cool. I'm not waiting on him. He doesn't deserve. I gave him an automatic rematch. TJ took it. TJ should thank Dom, for that. But I'm gonna go down and fight Demetrius. That's my goal. I spoke to Demetrius numerous times, and that's my goal after the TJ fight. TJ first and foremost. But I'm wanting to go down and fight Demetrius after that.
You feel like you can make 125?
I can easily make 125. I don't know, cut to 35.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't. You see me on Embedded.
Yeah.
I'm ice skating, eating s'mores. Hot chocolate, toasted cheese, sandwiches, sushi. I mean, I'm eating like that the week of the fight. I just watched the week. I kind of here and there and water load. Yeah, I do it right. Diet down. I'm young right now. I'm 25. I'll be 26 in July. So I'm young. It's younger than I do it rather than older that I am. It'd be easier for me. So that's why at times now, but just the injury set things back. Like I said, I can't control that. It's out of my control. And I'm just looking forward to getting back in there and putting on, entertaining performances. I'm just getting started hitting my groove. And, you guys all saw that with the Dominic Cruz fight. I'm going to pick up where I left off. I'm going to be better. I'm going to be healthy. I'm going to be not hurt. I was fighting like that all last year, injured like that. I just couldn't do it no more. Especially once the back tore. I had the disc problems, but once I had the annual tear, it was that's one thing that I couldn't bear that one, and I had to do what I had to do.
Have you been watching Tough? And if so, are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, it's TJ's playing, the rash. Not the rash. He's playing the Peach. Trying to do the peacemaker. He knows going into the show he had to do that. They probably perform and what is it? Dwayne formulated that plan and probably sat down and at his academy in Denver while they're selling peanut butter rations. And probably it's like, oh, look, man, they knew that we couldn't go. They're going to go against. Yeah, they're not only going against me, they're going against the whole team. So they know it's a lose-lose for them. So they're going to have to sit quiet and just, let's go on our tyrant. And that's what we are, man. We are who we are. I'm not going to change for anybody. That's I've always been. Always been like that. So people want to say this and that, but it's a fight. You put us in that environment, especially with the backstory with TJ and Dwayne and all that. And, you're going to have that. You're going to have that explosion. And, especially, I don't care how it portrays me. I know who I am, and I'm always going to keep it like that. I don't like disloyalty, people that don't respect, especially the people that brought you up, you know what I mean? TJ started his career out here, they built him to a world champion. Dwayne comes in for, a year, and he just leaves. I don't know.
Is there a part of you? Is there a part of you hoping that he doesn't get the DJ fight because if he loses, that might ruin the chances of you getting your hands on him? Like, are you kind of praying that they don't go that route?
Yeah, if that's what the UFC wants to do, that's fine. I feel like DJ will beat TJ. TJ's slow. TJ's very slow. I feel like I went with him. I know that guy like the back of my hand. So I feel like DJ would win that fight. And whatever, whoever wins, if that's what the UFC wants to do and go on that route, cool. They're a business. They want to try to make these super fights, but they all know that I'm the money fight, that I'm the big fight at the lower weight classes. And, I'll wait and see how that plays out. But like I said, for me right now, I'm just worried about getting healthy and getting back to my mindset and to my mentality and, going in there and enjoying training, not being hurt. So that's where I'm at. And I'm starting to get, a glimpse of that feeling, with the rehab. So that's all I can focus on. If that's what they want to do, go ahead. I would say that DJ will beat TJ, and I'll fight DJ at 125 pounds when I am cleared, ready, and healthy.
By the way, go ahead.
But DJ don't want to fight TJ.
Right, he doesn't.
DJ, and he's right. TJ don't deserve shit. TJ cries and whines, just like how he was saying, if I don't get the next title shot, UFC's rigged.
Yeah.
And then he was going out there and, campaigning, $100,000 to he's like a Girl Scout. He's like a Girl Scout, goes out and sells cookies, tries to get the the green badge on his vest. You know, that's what he wants to do. He wants to be the best seller, you know. So he's trying. You can't hurt him for trying. But yeah, and he doesn't deserve that. He's gotten beat by Dom. He avenged his loss with a Sensao. Dodson knocked him out. You know, so I mean, that's the thing. He's the second ranked bantamweight. He don't deserve that. You know, he doesn't deserve to go in there and just skip over those guys. He's not even the champion. You know, he's not even the champion. He was never the champion. He was an interim champ. He never beat Dom. Dom left. You know, was injured. Dom was still the champ. You know, he was fighting for the interim. He held the interim title. So that's my stance on it.
God is my witness. I was not going to ask you about this, but people keep asking me to ask you. What is going on with this bodybuilder guy who's trying to fight you? Is this a real thing? What's happening here?
Oh man, I don't know. That guy's just trying to get some Twitter followers. But some Twitter or something. I don't know. The guys talk shit. And I'll talk shit back. It's funny, you know. It's comical. Guys are, you know, cornballs. That guy definitely is a cornball. Oh my gosh, he is such a turd. But I think he has bigger breast implants than my fiance, you know. But if he comes out here, I'll definitely titty fuck him. That's the thing. But no, he said that he wanted to come out. I was like, all right, give him the gym address and say, hey, you want me to buy your flight? And he proceeded to go make fight posters and try to sell a pay-per-view and tell him he's going to bring his camera crew out here. That dude comes out here and he'll get fucked up one way or another.
What's his beef?
I'm not even entertaining it. Because he said some shit to me on Twitter, and I replied back with him. He didn't like it. He got all butthurt. He was a fat dude that lost a lot of weight, got on a bunch of steroids. He's just really sensitive. That's what it is. But yeah, and you know when you go on Southwest, he did a Southwest ticket and screenshotted it. You know, and that dude knows anytime you can cancel a Southwest with no penalties. Don't play yourself, dude.
All right, so
that's what that is, man. Everyone's acting tough on the internet. It's funny. I love it, man. When you're at the top, there's more and more haters. So
yeah, I see you. Man. I see you fending them off left and right on your Twitter. But it seems like you're enjoying it. So
yeah, it is funny. I mean, like, half the people that talk shit are, you know. Have you ever left a YouTube comment?
No.
On a video? No, exactly. It's the turds that do that. You know what I'm saying? Like you never do that. Turds that do that.
I'm surprised you know about those people because I've been dealing with them for almost a decade now.
Oh yeah. I have too, but now now it's just more and more at the platform, which is cool. It's funny, man. I already know what it is.
By the way, congratulations to you and your lovely fiance on getting engaged. Do we have a date yet?
Not a date yet. I told her, you know, after I proposed to her. I mean, it was awesome. Went to Sedona and had a really good time. I proposed to her, and then we, you know, started talking. You know, I planned on, hey, like we'll start planning a wedding. You know, after I plan on fighting 2 times this year, then we'll, you know, the beginning of next year, we'll start trying to plan a wedding and seeing what we're gonna do with that. And she was cool with it. She's my ride or die, man. She really is. So now that, you know, the fights are up in the air. Kind of, you know, maybe prolong everything, but it'll get there. Hopefully, you know, we'll start planning, and you know, it's just everything, you know, in my life revolves around fighting, and you know, you're planning everything, and that's why I have such an amazing woman. I couldn't be more blessed for her. But yeah, hopefully, we'll start planning maybe next year and go from there.
Well, I'm happy you guys are staying together because I enjoy the way you document her obsession with eating on your Instagram. It's a lot of fun.
I'm going broke.
I can relate to it personally.
I'm going broke. I'm going broke, man. She loves to eat. She loves to eat. She eats way more than me. But yeah, no, it's good. An old lunchbox.
Wish you the best, Cody. Thank you for coming on. I know you said you didn't do many interviews, so I appreciate you coming on the show again and talk. It's been a while. We haven't talked to you all year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to get the update. I'm happy things are looking better, sounding better. Get well soon, and we hope to see you back in there sooner rather than later, my man.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Doing everything I can to get back and go out there and put on some entertaining performances and defend the title and to show everyone why I'm the king at 135 pounds.
We look forward to it. Get well soon. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
There he is, Cody Garbrandt. No love, the reigning defending UFC bantamweight champion. Hopefully we'll see him back in there sooner rather than later. So moving along, big news in the world of the UFC's light heavyweight division. You may have heard of this man if you are a kickboxing fan. They call him the Rebel. His name is Gökhan Saki, one of the best ever to compete in kickboxing. He's coming to the UFC. He has signed a deal with them. He's moving over to MMA full time, and he's joining us right now on the phone. Gökhan, how are you?
Good, Ariel. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for the time, and I appreciate your patience as well. So this one kind of came it came out of nowhere. A lot of people didn't expect you to come over to the UFC. They don't usually sign fighters, you know, with your resume who are 0-1 in MMA. You haven't fought in MMA in 13 years. How did this all come about?
Yes. You know, one day, like a couple of weeks ago, my old friend, old manager, Martijn de Jong, he gave me a call, and we was talking about glory and about what's going on, and when is my next fight, blah blah blah. And then out of nowhere, he called me one day later, and he says, "You're interested in fighting for the UFC?" I say, "Yeah, why not? We are fighters, and I love watching UFC the last year, 1.5 year, and I was like, why not? Let's talk about, you know." So he said, "Okay, let me talk with the boys, and I'll call you back." So a matchmaker of UFC called him for another fighter, and this fighter signed already for another organization. So Martin talks about me, and they had interest in me fighting for the UFC. So everything starts like this, you know.
And so why are you deciding to leave the world of kickboxing where you've been so successful for so long and move into a world where, like I said, you only have one fight and it was 13 years ago? Do you feel like you have to do this because there weren't opportunities for you in kickboxing, or is this something that you want to do at this time?
You know, for me in kickboxing, there was only one fight to do, and not to prove myself, but this fight I really want to do because the way how I lose from Rico Verhoeven was not the way for me that I can say I lose that fight, you know. But also many things happen. I dominate Glory. I dominate kickboxing for a couple of years, and after I was champion, I felt they didn't push me or support me, you know. I broke all the gate records, and no thank you. So I was not happy anymore with Glory. So after my fight with Tyron Spong, everything starts with Glory, you know. I still had a fight with Glory, and in the contract was some money I was getting, and they was not allowed to pay that money anymore because the organization was not going good, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, no problem, you know. I give something back, and you come, you give me a little bit, you know. So they want to push me down like 70% of my money, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that, you know. I'm a fighter. That moment, if people was talking about Glory, people was talking about me. So I was the one who was making Glory for from the beginning, together with a couple of other fighters. And yeah, in the end, these things happen, and a lot of fighters stop with Glory. And yeah, there is no old school kickboxing anymore. So for me, there is no challenge anymore, you know?
Mm. You wrote a long message on your Facebook page about your situation with Glory and your efforts to get the Rico Verhoeven fight. In your opinion, why do you think that fight never happened?
Long story, man. I put the story on my Facebook. Everything stays on my Facebook, you know. For me, Glory, it's like my ex-girlfriend, and I forget Glory. I signed with UFC, and I even don't want to talk about it anymore, you know?
Okay, fair enough.
Don't take me wrong.
Why haven't you competed in over 2 years? Your last kickboxing match was in April of 2015. Why the delay in return to action?
Because there was no other organizations. I fight GFC, in Dubai, my last fight. And this organization paid me very good. Nobody paid me like this. They bring also a very big sponsor to me. But they only organize 2 or 3 times, and then I think the sponsorship stopped with them, so they stopped the organization. After I get some offers from small organizations, and I was like, I'm not hungry at this moment. I want to take my rest, and when I come back, I will come back on a way, like the best way,
Yeah.
For me, this is the best way to come back.
In your mind, are you done with kickboxing? Will you never compete in a kickboxing match again?
Come on, bro. I'm going to bring kickboxing to the octagon, bro. Kickboxing is my thing, Kickboxing is my life. And I stopped showing it for 2 years, and I can't wait to show it again, man.
Fair enough.
I really can't wait.
Did you talk to any other organizations in MMA or just the UFC? Like, for example, I thought that maybe you'd be a perfect fit in Bellator as well, because Scott Coker loves kickboxing and has his own kickboxing promotion.
No, I don't talk with other organizations. If, like I say, when I'm gonna make my comeback, I wanna do it on the biggest stage. And for me, UFC is the biggest and most popular combat event in the world. So this is the best way to come back for me.
In the press release to announce your signing, they said that you might debut in September in Rotterdam, which would make a lot of sense since, of course, you are of Dutch descent as well. Is that a done deal? Is that when you will debut for the UFC?
I would love to. Nothing is sure yet, but I would love to fight in Rotterdam, man. That's what I mean with a comeback like this. I'm born and raised in Holland.
Yeah.
Originally Turkish, based in Dubai, and making my comeback for the UFC in Rotterdam. That will be amazing, man.
Yeah, it would be amazing.
But I'm waiting. Yeah, I'm waiting. So I hope as soon as possible we know when it's the first fight, I'm ready. So I'm just waiting for the call, man.
Do you have a dream opponent in mind for your debut? Is there someone you'd love to fight in your debut?
No, I don't have how can I say? I fight everybody in like the biggest, the smallest, the heaviest, same weight. For me, I really don't care who I'm gonna fight. I'm only really interested in myself. I don't care about other fighters. Sooner or later, I'm going to knock the fuck out of them anyway. So the other doesn't matter to me, So.
And you're going to compete at light heavyweight, right?
Yes, I'm going to compete on light heavyweight.
I noticed on Sunday when the UFC was having its event in Stockholm, you tweeted this: "Wow, such an exciting match for 10-year-olds." Were you talking about the main event with Gustafsson and Teixeira? Because that's your division, right? You're going to be a light heavyweight. Were you referring to that? Were you bored by the fight?
No, it was a nice fight, but it was Teixeira was taking a lot, and I think Gustafsson can finish the fight earlier, but I don't know why he take the risk to wait for so long, I'm looking on a different way, maybe the kickboxing way only, So it was a nice fight. I see a better fight,
Okay.
My favorite fighter in the UFC is McGregor, I love the way he fights. That's the way. That's because I started watching UFC also, So.
You didn't used to watch the UFC a lot?
Not a lot, but when Conor came in the game, I love this guy, The way how we work, the way how we train, his history, I love it. You know, at the same, we also coming from Holland, from the better city, and we really fight for our life, you know. And he has the same, sleeping in the gym, training so hard, and become this big, you know. I really respect that man. I love that guy.
Have you ever met him?
No, I never met him. No.
You also
Not yet.
you also said that this is the UFC's best investment since signing Conor McGregor. That's a pretty bold statement. Why do you feel that way?
You know, I just want to give the people what they want. They want knockouts. They want to be entertained. Like, my fan base is always fanatic. If you look my fight in Istanbul, Holland, arena's full. People were screaming, name, and at the end, I give them what they want. And Conor does the same. And I know the kickboxing was never that big, and we bring kickboxing that far with our fighting style, our explosivity and everything. So that's why I know what I can, and I know if I want something, I work hard for it, I will make it. And I'm thinking already, I'm fighting next year, this time for the title, you know?
Wow.
So, yeah.
That soon?
I'm ready, man. Yeah, that's ready soon, man. 100%.
How many
and
fights?
I promise you, next year, this year, whatever. After 3-4 fights, I'm ready, man. We'll see.
So when you look at the the division, the 205-pound division in the UFC is a bit shallow these days. So when you look at the top of the division, you have Daniel Cormier, John Jones. When you see those guys, you think you can hang with them right away, right? Considering your background in kickboxing, no problem?
You know, I need to fight a couple of fights, like I said, 2-3 fights, and I'm training for a while, wrestling. You know, I'm Turkish. The wrestling is in our Turkish blood, you know. So I'm talented with wrestling, and jiu-jitsu I'm training. So the experience what I have, not one of these guys have this fighting experience what I have. So why not?
That's the big thing everyone was saying to me last week. Well, what about his wrestling? How comfortable right now do you feel if the fight goes to the ground? Takedown defense, off your back, things like that?
I am, man. I'm not going to go to the ground. That's the thing. I'm ready, man. I'm training wrestling. I'm training jiu-jitsu. You know, when I was young, I was playing soccer. I was talented. And the same time I was doing kickboxing, I was number one. So, you know, I am somebody who is in love with sport. Tennis, I can play tennis. So wrestling, I learned things really fast. Jiu-jitsu also, the guys was surprised, you know, how fast I was learning the jiu-jitsu and the wrestling. So, like I said, if you're hungry, if you want to learn, and if you have something in your mind and you believe in it, you will make it, man. I proved myself 100 times, and I'm going to prove everybody again. Like, I'm going to show people, like the kickboxing world, if they believe they can make it in the MMA. Mm. And I believe if more kickboxers gonna try the MMA and love it, do it with love, not only for the money or blah blah blah. They will show them, you know, because they show already with kickboxing. So why not with MMA?
By the way, I'll never forget when you fought Tyrone Spong and he injured his leg. The way you went over to him and showed compassion. I thought it was, you know, in a really dark moment.
Humble.
It was a really, you know, lovely moment to see just how you were caring for your opponent. And I'm wondering, just mentally, did that mess you up at all? I mean, that's a traumatic thing to go through for both you and him. Did you feel like it was hard to think about fight sports the same after going through that?
You know, it was hard first time I see a moment like this, I was 13 years old. There was a Richard Pant versus Floyd Van Dam's K1 fight. It was in Holland, and I see the guy break his leg, and I was like, fuck, what is this, man?
Yeah.
And then same thing happened in my fight with Tyron Sprong, and Tyron is like a brother. I know Tyron, we grow up together. He's from Amsterdam, I'm from Rotterdam, but I'm from Schiedam, close to Rotterdam, but the way we grow up, like if there was a kickboxing event, always we see each other. We was on our way the number one fighter, so always we have good contact, you know. And then you fight each other for the second time, and then something like this happened. His family was there in Turkey, and his mom was there, and there was like 13,000, 14,000 crazy Turkish crowd. So for me, that was the best situation, the way handled the situation, also for the family and also for him, you know. It was really out of my heart, and the moment we fighting, we fighters, we animals. I want to kill my opponent, but when it's finished, it's finished, you know. And I like that way, you know. So that was the reason, man.
Did it mess you up at all afterwards? I mean, did you not want to fight after? I know you fought shortly thereafter, but then you took the long break. Were there any, you know?
No.
Okay.
I was okay with that, you know.
Okay.
I mean, we are fighters. That moment was nasty to see.
Yeah.
What happened, but yeah, this is the sport, you know. This can happen with football, with soccer, or with NBA, whatever. This is life. So I can't stop working because of this, you know.
Fair enough. Okay, so this is very exciting. A lot of people are very excited to see you debut in the UFC. I love that video that you did of you in the cage, and you took off the T-shirt and it had UFC on it. Very well produced. There's some great buzz here, and I think the 205-pound division could use you. I love this signing by the UFC. Really kind of came out of nowhere, but kudos to them for actually getting it done. And you're going to be training in Dubai, right? That's where you live now? That's where you train?
Yes, I live here for 3 years, and I'm training here with my wrestling I'm doing with the Tamkhan.
Yeah.
And jiu-jitsu, some good Russian guys, and black belt jiu-jitsu, a lot of black belts in Dubai from Brazil and from Russia also. So I'm doing my camp here. Mike is going to come over. Now it's Ramadan. Ramadan is finished after 3 weeks, and Mike is going to come for 2 months. My strength and conditioning trainer is going to come. So we're going to make a big camp here in Dubai, man.
I love it. Well, I wish you the best, Gökhan. It's great to talk to you for the first time. And like I said, love the signing.
Thank you very much.
And very looking forward to your debut. It's going to be great. All the best to you. Good luck in training, and hopefully we'll get to see you debut in Rotterdam.
Thank you very much for that. Take care, and it was good to speak with you, man. See you.
It was a pleasure. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Gökhan, and best of luck to you.
Bye-bye.
There he is, Gökhan the Rebel, Gökhan Saki, one of the biggest names in the world of kickboxing, now moving over to the UFC. Like I said, a unique signing for the UFC, typically the kind of signing that other promotions make, Bellator, World Series of Fighting, etc. But they need some names at 205. They need some draws. Popular in Europe, popular here in the kickboxing world. I love this one. And yes, he's only fought in MMA once, and that was back in 2004, but holy smokes, the guy has, 80-something kickboxing victories under his belt? The man knows how to fight. So let's see what happens when he gets to the ground, but this is the kind of excitement that I like. This is fun, and this is what the UFC was built on, right? Guy comes in from another sport. Of course, it has evolved since then, but I'm still down to see it when the timing is right. The timing is right now for Gökhan Saki. All right, exciting stuff. Let's move along to our next guest. You've been hearing a lot from him. He was just on the show last month, but a lot has happened in the past month, so I wanted to catch up with the one and only Mike Perry. He joins us now on the phone. Mike, how are you?
Yo, what's up, Ariel? I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's great to talk to you again. Thank you for coming back on the show. Like I said, a lot going on in your life. You were just in Vegas for that Las Vegas UFC athlete retreat. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, man, I had a good time. Definitely, I got to learn some things, and because of it, events after and things like that, I learned even more than I expected.
Really?
To learn from it, But yeah, appreciate you having me back on. You know what I mean? Next time, maybe I could upgrade to the computer FaceTime or something.
Yeah, what's up? Why are you avoiding us?
No, I'm not avoiding you. Not at all.
I'd like to see your face.
Yeah, definitely. Next time we'll have to upgrade to that. I didn't, I didn't know what that entailed or what it took to do that. But
Fair
next
enough.
time we'll get that set up. But
All right.
yeah, man, the athlete retreat was a great time. And then after I took it and I did some interviews there, and my management team talked to me, and they felt like what I had to say and everything was all good. But I got to remember, they try to remind me to remember where I came from and not let them cloud my judgment with all these nice things that they put in front of me. They're like, oh, would you rather have had that retreat, or would you have rather had $50,000 at the end of your bonuses on your next fight or something? And I'm like, yeah, $50,000 would be great, but I'm still living good right now. And that athlete retreat was a once in a lifetime experience that people aren't going to get anywhere else or ever again. So, I'm grateful for it all. That's all I got to say, man.
What was the biggest lesson that you learned during that 3-day weekend retreat, if you will?
Maybe that, I don't know. There's a couple that I'm not necessarily just a UFC fighter. I'm a prize fighter, and I fight for me and the reasons I fight for, and like family and taking care of myself and being able to make a living off of this, and testing my abilities against the best other athletes in the world in my weight class, and but that the UFC is just a platform for that, and my prize fighting is even a platform for that. So I can take what I do in that ring and put it into these interviews, or put it into a business, or put it into taking care of a group of kids, or put it into just something that gives back to the world. And then, we're going to keep that circle flowing of the world giving to me and me giving to the world. And that's how you grow. So I think I took a lot of growth from that retreat.
I even saw that you took a selfie with Ari Emanuel, and I heard that the new UFC owners, Emanuel in particular, really took a liking to you. He's a big fan. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, that was great. It was cool. We had some breakfast together, and we had some dinner together.
Just you and him?
Different times he sat down. No, look, I was sitting at the table one time, and for 45 minutes, I sat by myself in this buffet area at breakfast, and nobody wanted to mess with Platinum Perry. But I know a couple of the UFC fighters or whatever. I was sitting down. I was comfortable. And then after about 45 minutes, one fighter comes up. His name is Dustin. His girlfriend and my girlfriend got along together, so he came and he sat with me. And then this woman, 30-something-year-old woman, sat across from me, asked if she could. And then Ari Emanuel comes up, and he comes straight to me. He taps me on the shoulder, and he shakes my hand. He says, "Hi, I'm Ari Emanuel." I said, "I'm sorry, I don't know that name. I don't know. I know I'm supposed to be excited to meet you, but I don't know who you are."
Wow.
And he's like, I'm one of the guys who bought the joint. I said, "Oh shit, it's nice to meet you then." And then we just had a little conversation there, just the four of us.
Wow. Did you feel a little weird? Did you feel funny that you didn't know who he was? I mean, he is the boss now.
No, man, it was the truth. You know what I mean? You can't be afraid of the truth. It is what it is. I don't read a lot or pay any attention to certain things like that, I guess. But then it came to me anyway. So, if I'm supposed to know something, I think I will.
Did he promise you any big things? Did he say, "Okay, I've got these big plans for you"? I mean, this is a big...
No,
nothing. None of that.
That's not what it was about. He's like, "I'm making sure, I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're learning some things." He said he has big plans for all the UFC and all the fighters in it, all the athletes. But winners, baby. You got to be a winner.
That's right. Now, what happened? There's all kinds of stories about an altercation that you had with Jeremy Stevens. Tell us the truth. What happened here?
Altercation, man. I pushed him to the ground. That was it, because he knew. I mean, we weren't supposed to have our girlfriends there, whatever, but we did. And he walked up behind her, who was about to dance on her, man. So it was very disrespectful on his part, because he knew what was up. So I shoved him, and he didn't want nothing to do with it.
Wait, so he tried to dance with your girlfriend?
Yeah, man.
Well, that's strange. Did he know that was your girlfriend?
He had to have known it.
Wow. And that pissed you off?
It's okay, though. He didn't want nothing to do with me after I pushed him.
What happened after you pushed him?
He would have got up. Nothing. I mean, I sat there and I looked at him and I waited for a response. If he had something to say, if he wanted to get up quickly and rush at me. None of that happened. You know, a couple UFC fighters, oh, don't get suspended or don't get cut. It's not worth it. I'm like, man, I'm fine. I didn't do a thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He got to watch my personal space and his personal space. You know, he can't be up in my stuff. So, and then I turned around. It was about a minute, and then I walked away because the retrieve was over. Snoop Dogg was gone, and it was time to go gamble or do something else in Vegas.
And then, you know, I have to ask, since we're on this subject, what happened with you and Ally Quinta? Did he squirt you with a water gun or something?
Well, yeah, man, because, you know, and that shit did piss me off, but I'm a grown ass man, and I'm not gonna start a fight with someone because he squirted me a couple of times with a water gun. Because I put him on Snapchat, and I don't have the video anymore. Every time I walked by Ally Quinta, he tried to like get attention from everybody. Like he tried to act scared, like, oh my God, Platinum Perry's around, and like he was scared of me and playing around and gonna run away from me. So then I got him on Snapchat, like, look how he runs away like a little bitch. And then he pulled out a gun. So I played along. I was like, oh shit, he's got a gun. And he squirted me. It wasn't even in my face. It was in the back of my head though. He squirted me like twice.
And did you do anything about it or just let it go?
No, I let it go.
Okay. Because after your last fight, his last fight, you guys were going back and forth. And I know you're in different weight classes, but all of a sudden I really had this strong desire to see you two fight just because you're so entertaining in and out of the cage. Do you think that's possible at all or probably not?
I mean, why not? Yeah, he said something the other day on Twitter like, oh, what's up with July 22nd? So I tagged my manager. He's always like, oh, why is he tagging his manager? Because my manager can get it done. He can make the phone call.
Yeah.
He can make shit happen. So I tagged Sean Shelby and I tagged the UFC, and I was like, what's up, July 22nd, I'm ready to fight. And then he's like, oh, I'm fighting. I think he said something about El Kukui.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean,
but
I'm sure if I was him, I'd take the fight with El Kukui too.
Over you?
Yeah.
I don't know if that one's happening, to be honest.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, no matter what we say on social media, no matter what we do, no matter what pops off, the UFC is going to call us, or my manager is going to call and say that the UFC offered this. And whatever this is what we take. It's what the UFC has planned, and we follow their plans because we're in their organization. So, you know,
you're very much.
I'm ready for any fight.
You're very much, and I don't say this disparagingly. You're a company guy. Like you respect the UFC, the process. You're not going to speak out of turn. You're happy. You feel like they treat you well. There's a lot of, you know, discontent these days, but that's not you right now. You seem to be very pleased with the way that they treat you.
Yeah, man, because I just I haven't been getting paid a lot of money for this, and I'm getting paid like 10 times what I was, or maybe not 10, but, and of course I want to get paid 10 times more than what I'm getting paid now, of course.
Yeah.
But I am patient. I am happy with my management team. First round management, I might as well shout them out, you know, and I'm happy with them, and they're making sure that, you know, they wouldn't want me to take any shit from the UFC. The UFC got to watch their P's and Q's with me because that's my management team. And, you know, I guess I learned more about this union thing a little bit. And if you got a room with They had a meeting at the retreat with like 60 UFC fighters, and I didn't know about it or hear about it until after. And but those are for the people who are crying wolf, I feel like. The people who aren't winning necessarily, and they're afraid of what their future looks like, and they're like, oh, we're trying to get jobs in other places like commentating or, you know, anywhere. And, you know, you guys took our sponsorship money, but I never went around picking up all these sponsors. I got some sponsors, but like, I mean, there are certain sponsors that pay $50,000, you know, and Bellator guys make $500,000 off of sponsorship. And, you know, what are they doing for that? Is it social media? Is it, I'm sure there's all types of stuff. So I'm learning about that too. But I just always feel confident that I'm going to get mine, and I'm just going to keep learning new things. And sooner or later, I'll put them into effect, and I'll get money every way that a champion should when I become champion.
So there's been some talk that both you and Thiago Alves want to fight each other, and this one's interesting for a number of reasons, but one of them is that you're both represented by the same management team, First Round Management. Is this the fight that's next for you?
I don't know. I would say that sometimes finding a location is harder than finding an opponent.
Huh? Why is that?
I would love to. I don't know. That's what someone told me. That's what management team told me. You know. So, but like I said, we don't know who they're gonna call and for when, and it could be a 2 weeks notice. I'm always ready for those. That's how I got in the UFC.
Yeah.
I'm always ready for that shit. 2 weeks, I'm ready to go, because more time I get, sometimes it's like a little crazier and the build up gets a little extra, but 2 weeks, it's like, oh, here we go. I'm about to go to work.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
You don't have to overthink it, but this is a fight that you want, Thiago Alves?
Yeah, man, that'd be fun. That'd be a lot of fun. I think we both have good Muay Thai, but I think mine would prevail. I think he'd start to shoot for a takedown and grab me and stuff, and he might be the first submission victory I get.
Wow.
Or I'd hit him with these clubs, and it'd all go night at the end of the night. But who knows? You know, like that Misha Serkinov fight. Oh my God, dude, that one was so shocking. He just touched him. And that was how Dustin Poirier got hit by Conor McGregor. And
there's that weird spot right above the ear, right? That it doesn't look all that, you know, devastating, but people just crumble to the ground.
Yeah.
It's a strange thing, that soft spot. Your friend Alex Nicholson was on the card. How's he doing? That was a tough loss for him.
Yeah, man, that was rough. You know, who knows what's going to happen now with him? We're hoping maybe he gets another fight with the UFC. If not, you know, I hope my brother listens to this, man. I've been thinking for him, you know, I came on the phone and you were interviewing some dude who lives in Dubai who's a great kickboxer. What's his name?
Gökhan Saki. Yeah, Gökhan Saki.
I only know that name because of Dragon Ball Z. I was able to say it right. But maybe Alex should go do some kickboxing. Since he wants to stand with everybody, you know, stand and fight. And, you know, we'll see where that goes. Or the UFC give him another fight and he'd do well. I didn't see the Alex that I know in that fight. I don't know why he's got or what happened to him, you know. We were just doing a 40-mile bike ride together the week before he went out there to do that. And, you know, he tilted that night. But a fight is not a 40-mile bike ride. Yes, I trust me, I understand that.
Yeah.
But there are some similarities, like when you start talking to God, because you don't know you're going to make it back or not. You know, so.
We'll
see what happens for him, man. I'm about to go hang out with him today, actually.
Okay.
See what's up. So.
It feels like, you know, the more popular you get, you're kind of one of those guys that everyone wants a piece of. Even I saw this veteran, Gerald Harris, who's been around for a long time, going after you on Twitter. Everyone wants a piece of Mike Perry. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, man. I've always had a loud mouth. But that's because when I do that, I'm looking for someone to stand up and say something about it. Because I feel like the things I say, I mean, sometimes I can get carried away, but I've cleaned up my act a little bit. There were some tweets between me and Sam Alvey, and I was coached through that situation to come out better than that.
Yes.
You know, so I've been working on that with my words and things like that, and trying not to just totally go 0 to a million, and try to actually be witty or something. But you know, it's just people overreact about a lot of stuff, and you just got to keep doing you at the end of the day.
That's true.
Right?
At first, I feel like it's a bit jarring when you have all these people coming after you out of nowhere, but the longer you're involved, you know how to handle it a little better, right?
Yeah. You know, and then fighting is always the easiest way of handling it. That's, sure. I think, why I fight, because when people want to run their mouth and I just don't even want to waste energy talking to them, it would be funner to just hit them one time. You know, don't worry. I'm not out here attacking people. Okay. The UFC fighter's not on the loose, just running around crazy. And I think about things before I do them.
Yes. But, well, it seems like it's good to be you these days. I mean, you're living comfortably. You're getting paid well. It seems like things are going well. You're handling your money a little better, right? Better. You're not walking around with 10K in your pocket anymore.
No, I just shot off 10K to my manager though.
Oh, what, for that commission?
Yeah.
Was it deserved?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Well deserved.
Any big investments coming up?
Man, maybe I want to invest into the marijuana business.
Okay. You like that?
You know, yeah. I think that it's going to be huge. I mean, obviously it's going to be huge. It is huge.
Yes, it's huge.
But now there's possible ways to invest into it, but I don't know a damn thing about investing. I'm learning my numbers, you know. You look like you're pretty good with numbers.
What are you trying to say? What is that supposed to mean?
You look like Michael Schofield from Prison Break. You look like you can.
That's right. You said that one time on Twitter.
I did. I said that on Twitter.
That's cool. I'll take it. He's a good-looking guy, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
No homo.
No, I'm just saying. It seemed like you were giving me a compliment, and I appreciate it. To be honest, I'm actually not good with numbers at all. I know I'm Jewish. I have a big nose. I fit the bill, so to speak. But I actually am very bad with all that stuff. So you know that's why I talk about MMA for a living.
Hey. That's a pretty good living.
Yeah, it's not bad. Get to talk to people like you.
Do you ever get in the gym and spar and train?
Well, I mean, have you seen this nose? One punch and I'm done. So I like to stay away from that kind of stuff.
Man. Well, do you hit the bag at all? You don't work out?
Oh, I do work out. Yes, I jog a lot. I do things like sit-ups and push-ups. Play basketball. I like to play basketball. I used to train a lot more in the combat sports, but these days not so much. You know, I'm a dad of 3. You know, I can't be getting roughed up like that. They need me around.
Right, absolutely.
But I feel like
I have no kids.
That you know of, right? I'm just kidding.
No, I don't have any kids. I have 3 puppies. Oh, and that's it. Take care of my dog.
Are you offering me? Would you like to train me? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, man.
That'd be fun. What a show that would be.
Definitely. Where are you? Are you in New York or Las Vegas?
Yeah, New York.
Yeah, I'm about to go to New York this weekend. I'll be there Thursday night.
What are you doing?
Just going to see the place. I've never been.
Just for fun?
Yeah.
Who are you going with?
My girlfriend.
Wow.
My friend lives up there who moved from down here. She moved up there. I'm going to try to get some training. I'm going to hit up Matt Serra. Maybe me, you, and Matt Serra can do a little work.
Matt Serra's a bit what we like to call in the business a hater, so to speak. So I don't know if he would. No, I'm kidding. But that would be fun. You've got a ton of places here. You've got Matt Serra's. That's on Long Island. But here in New York City, you've got Marcelo Garcia. You've got Renzo Gracie. I mean, you've got a who's who here.
Yeah, man. I wonder how they'll feel if I walk up in the building trying to get some training.
I think they'll feel pretty good.
Good.
The Matt Serra thing might be a bit weird because of Ally Quinta, you know, but, you know, maybe they'll be open to it.
Oh, are they together?
Yeah. Matt Serra's his coach, one of his coaches.
I didn't even know that. I was actually kind of cool with Matt Serra when he was in
on the show.
No, when he was in Nashville when I fought Ellenberger.
That's right. Yeah, he does train him. I mean, that's not to say, but if Al's there, maybe it might be weird.
Well, no, because maybe we'd fight though this time.
That'd be nice. Well, no, not for no money. You need to get in the business of fighting for money. But,
I told him I'd go to the gym, but he said he doesn't spar.
Oh, well, that kind of ruins that. All right.
Yeah, he's like, I haven't sparred in 4 years. Well, I guess that's how some fighters do it. I do this shit differently.
Mm-hmm.
I love this shit so much that if I don't spar or work out, I wouldn't say work out. I don't love working out. But if I don't like grapple or spar or punch somebody or kick somebody in like a week's time, I start itching like a fiend, like a crackhead, like, ooh, I gotta punch something. So
I love it. You're one of a kind, Mike.
Me too. Thank you. You too, bro.
Good to catch up with you.
I guess not. It's Michael Schofield.
Well, the look, but the soul might be one of a kind. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, very, very good.
Good to catch up as always. Good luck getting that next fight, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you guys. Everybody have a blessed day. Peace.
Same to you. There he is, Platinum Perry, the one and only, stopping by. Good to hear from him. As always, okay, big news last week. Roy Nelson, he's headed to Bellator. Who saw this coming? This is very exciting. How exciting? He's actually joining us via the magic of Skype for the first time ever. When he was in the UFC, he couldn't be bothered. He would just pop on the phone, give us a couple of answers here and there, but now he has gone out of his way to join us via the magic of Skype. Is that true? Bit of a delay here. I was trying to build up to it. Is he there? What happened? Oh, we lost him for a second.
He's calling in.
Oh, okay. He's calling in. Wait, he's not doing Skype? What is happening? Someone's laughing in my ear. Oh, is that Roy's voice?
That is Roy's voice.
Oh, but no video? I want to see you. Oh, there you are. Hey, Roy, how are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Congratulations. This is very exciting.
It is very exciting.
I have a lot to talk to you about. First things first, free agency, contracts expiring, all this stuff. It's been a hot topic, and most guys have been saying it before their last fight. You didn't tell anyone about this, and that's why I think the news was so big on Friday when it came out. No one knew that your contract was up. Why didn't you talk about this beforehand?
Because in MMA, anything can happen.
Okay. What do you mean?
That's just how it is.
But your contract, you had one left fight. You had one fight left, right?
Yeah. No. I think it's kind of one of those things. It's what's best for my family, and not what's best for anybody else.
Yeah, I feel you. So you didn't want to talk about it beforehand, and I was talking. That was a strange fight, the Volkov fight. It never felt, and correct me if you feel otherwise, it never felt like you could really get going. And of course there was the height and reach advantage. And I'm wondering if in your mind, were you kind of checked out at that point? Did you feel in hindsight that you weren't all there?
Yeah, no, it just, there's a lot of stuff, that happened during that fight. And then like fight camp and stuff. So for me, it was just, kind of just, I just wanted to fight. And, as you saw, Volkov didn't want to fight. And then, it's just kind of one of those things.
Were you frustrated?
No, not frustrated. I think it's more the making sure, because the fans there, they just wanted, I was just putting on a show for the fans, and I don't know how it worked out at home, but in the arena there, everybody knows who actually won the fight, because it's a fight, not if you're going from the sport aspect, it was just, tag. Because if I don't mind getting hit by your punches, it's like getting hit by my sister. So who really cares? Right.
So you actually feel like you won the fight?
If it's a fight, yes.
Yeah.
If it's definitely a fight, we ran out of time.
Okay. When you left the cage that night, was there a part of you that kind of knew that your UFC run was coming to an end?
Not really. I think it was more of I think just kind of understanding, what's best for my family. I think I went back and talked to my wife, and then we kind of went from there to see what we needed to do for quality of life.
Okay. And usually, go ahead.
Just quality of life, just, things that would improve our life, from stress to, just the stuff that I've been through, because you look old when you start start this MMA game.
Are you stressed?
Not right now, no.
No, but were you stressed in the UFC?
Yeah, no, I had always have stress. Everybody complained about my weight. I was a stress eater. So maybe in Bellator, you'll see a skinny guy.
Oh, wow. Wouldn't that be something? You finally fighting at 205, right?
That's to get rid of that stress eating,
Usually when contracts expire, as you may know, there's a 3-month exclusive negotiation period, but it doesn't appear as though that was the case with you, because you fought in April and we're only, end of May. The 3 months would be July. So how were you able to sign so quickly with Bellator?
Easy, pull some strings, you put some, in MMA, anything can happen. There's just a lot of things that just went in through a whole bunch of things in turmoil. And, for myself, I wanted to work with Scott Coker, and made that happen.
Why did you want to work with Scott?
I'm sorry, what?
Why did you want to work with Scott?
The one thing about working with Scott Coker, I've never heard a bad thing about Scott Coker.
Mm.
And that means a lot, especially in our sport. You should know that.
Yeah. So did you actually sit down and talk to Scott before signing?
No, I haven't. It's just one of those things, like King Mo. Like,
yeah.
I've had other definitely worked with Scott in the past, from Strikeforce, from like Nick and Nate, or actually Nick, to Gilbert. So everybody that I know that's worked with Scott has never had a bad thing to say about him. And, and I've been doing this for such a long time, and I'm like, well, this is my chance to work with Scott. Let's do it.
And so did you even consider re-signing with UFC, or did you really just want to go to Bellator?
No, the thing about, working with the UFC is, definitely they're under new management, so there's a lot of different things that are happening. I mean, did you go to the UFC summit? I mean, there's a lot of things that happen. So
yeah.
So I just do want to be I wanted to be part of something different that would make quality of life much better.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I wasn't invited because it was for the athletes only, so I wasn't allowed to be there.
Yeah, that's never stopped you before.
Well, I like to respect boundaries, Roy. So if they tell me I'm not allowed, I actually did ask if we could. Yes. Why? What are you implying?
Oh, wow.
I don't go where I'm not allowed.
Always wanted this.
Well, I mean.
Well, I thought it was. Isn't it like wasn't it at a regular hotel?
I think it was. Yeah, but you know what? If I'm not wanted somewhere, I'm not going to go there. It's different than a story.
I guess. Yeah. Plus, I've worked with Mike Hogan before.
That's right.
And he's a man of his word. So I always appreciate a man of his word, and sticking by it. And that's kind of my philosophy, is because your word is your bond.
Since you started with the UFC, what a run it has been. Almost 8 years now since you debuted in 2009. From the get-go, almost, you butted heads with Dana White. Do you leave with any regrets? Do you wish things could have been done differently? Do you wish that you could have fought for the belt? How do you leave this chapter of your life?
I think the biggest chapter I could say I left with the UFC is I've given more time to the UFC fans than any other heavyweight that's been on the roster.
Wow.
That's one of those things, record books.
19 fights, right?
Well, but time-wise, like if you talk about how many minutes and seconds I've been in the cage,
okay,
I give more than any heavyweight in the I think just in the UFC roster. I think the only person right behind me is Junior Dos Santos.
Do you feel like this new chapter, signing with Bellator, has this reinvigorated you? Do you feel like you have a new lease on your career? Do you feel differently? Do you feel like you have, okay, this is a fresh start, you needed something new to get excited again?
I think I'm definitely excited. The one thing I'm excited about is being back with Spike and Viacom, because they're the ones that actually launched MMA in the U.S.
Yeah.
So, going back to basically your roots, I think that's the plus they have the crossover appeal. The one thing Fox Sports 1 doesn't really have the crossover appeal, just because that's like just being on ESPN.
Okay. So you mean crossover with just like regular guys who aren't sports fans?
Yeah, basically just fans that want to watch our sport. That basically what got them into watching MMA.
Are you excited about getting your own sponsors again?
That's one thing I'm very excited about. That's definitely a plus than being in the UFC versus being an employee and getting a wear this uniform.
Do you feel like the sponsorship game in MMA is still a thriving one? Is there money to be made out there for you?
For me, yes. I don't know about anybody else.
Okay. Well, because you're an icon, right? Big country.
I think it all depends on who you are and how marketable. Because sponsorship is about marketability.
Sure.
If you were the guy that we'll just use UFC. If you were the guy making, you're on the Reebok deal and you're making $15,000, and nobody knew who you were, and you were just like, I've been fighting, here for the last 5 years, blah blah blah, and you making 15 grand, you're like, oh yes. And then there's people that were names, and you hit 15 grand, you're like, you just took my salary away. Like, I made more from sponsorship than I actually did fighting. I did that for the longest time. You did? I did.
Wow.
Yeah. So, when you're more from sponsors than you are from fighting, then usually there's a problem.
Yeah. What's the most you ever made in sponsors for a fight? Do you remember?
What have I ever made?
What's the most you made? What's the most you made for a fight?
A lot.
Okay. All right.
Enough to buy a house.
All right. Well done. From that one sponsorship, one fight.
From the sponsorship, actually, yeah. From it'd be a cumulative sponsorship deal, yeah.
And so, do you have your debut date yet? Do you know when you're going to debut? Do you know who you're going to fight?
It might be June. Was it June 24th? You might see me just pop in there.
MSG?
I don't know. Maybe. I've always wanted to fight on in Madison.
Is that being discussed? I feel like we're less than a month away. I feel like it's a little late for that. No.
Why?
I don't know. I feel like the card is full.
Don't you have such a huge reach in MMA fighting?
Well, you want me to get you booked?
Oh, no. Well, you don't have. I can call up Kogan or Scott Kogan for
that. What about opponent? What about
I was talking about the promotion.
No. I mean, like, as far as you actually fighting. What about opponent? Who do you want to fight?
With me, the one thing I've always been for is, whoever I fight, you put in front of me, I'll fight. The one thing about, when I was with the UFC, I'd ask for opponents, and I'd get, no, they don't want to fight you. They're scared, or they don't want to fight you. So
yeah.
For me, it was one of that was really a frustrating thing, because I thought we were in the sport of fighting, but there's a lot of people. It's gotten more towards the boxing, where it's like, let's go 30-0, or let's fight once every 6 months, or actually once every 2 years, or whatever it is, to keep my record going, and then I'll fight the same guy 12 times. If I fight anybody again, I'd beat them up, because it's one of those things you kind of know their number after you kind of first time. You're like, you do. I don't know. You just run out of time.
Yeah. And so as far as I think when this was announced, when we reported it first on Friday, overwhelmingly the reaction was positive. But I did see some people, as you usually do, say, "Oh, Roy's over the hill. He's taking too many shots," things like that. What's your response to those people?
Actually, I didn't see any of those. Maybe you got different fan bases than I do.
Well, it was just a vast amount of people. I'd say overwhelmingly it was positive. People were very excited about this. They thought you were a good fit in Bellator. But you do see that. I mean, some big shots lately, some, the Volkov fight, things like that. So people, I think, aren't sure what to make of your next step.
Who's the 10% that doesn't pay that actually watch the fights?
Well, man, so what? Okay, fair enough.
I only count the people that actually watch.
And
either way, if they're haters, they're gonna watch. If they watched, that's all I care about.
And so
they're fans.
And
they're fans.
You felt like it was a very strong response, a very positive response to the news from what you saw.
Yeah, no, there was, I haven't had one bad thing,
It's great.
From the only person that had anything bad to say was you.
Oh, stop it. What's with all the hostility, Roy? I thought we were friends. I'm not feeling the love today.
Oh, hostility. I'm
not
the only one that's bringing up bad stuff.
Well, I just wanted to know if,
like you started the interview with a phone call saying I've never Skyped in because I was never asked. This is the first time I've ever been asked.
I feel like it's almost assumed on the show, like you could either do phone or Skype, but maybe that's true. I mean, you've been on the show plenty of times.
Right. And then the first thing you're like, well, if Roy finally has time, like, no, it's just, you got to ask. If you ask and say, hey, could you Skype in? I'll be like, yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was actually trying to put a positive spin saying like, this is a brand new Roy, new era. Not only is he coming on, he's coming on via Skype. This signals, it was just a thing to say, really.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought it was a brand new era.
It is a brand new era. And I think everyone's...
we start with the whole stuff.
Oh, wow. You are something else. What? You stir the pot worse than me.
You got to remember everything. What?
You stir the pot worse than me.
No, I don't stir the pot. I might cook. I don't stir.
I wanted to ask you this. I haven't talked to you in a very long time. That thing in Brazil with Big John, and then you came out and read that apology. You didn't really want to do that, right? I mean, I thought that was silly to make you do that. I thought they were trying to embarrass you, the Brazilian commission. I didn't think that was appropriate at all. What did you make of that?
The Brazilian commission or the UFC commission or whatever it is, they just wanted a couple bucks.
Oh.
I think that's all. And then that was their way of doing it, and for me to reduce, whatever, to make things like, for me personally, it was one of those things like we could have just not ever went back there and called it a day and never fought in Brazil. But the one thing about the Brazilian fans, they're either hardcore or hardcore the other way. Like I had people going, "I love you, Roy," to you walk out here, I'm going to kill you. So like it was definitely a different experience.
But you didn't really want to sit there and read that, right? I mean, I've never seen that before. It was like they were treating you like a kid.
Well, I guess that's the way I look at it is, the things you just have to do to kind of just move forward. Okay. And I'm all about moving forward.
Do you have an issue if Big John refs another one of your fights?
Do I have no? Because we've talked about exactly. We have better communication now.
Okay, so you won't protest or anything or file some kind of complaint if you see that he's reffing you or something like that, or assigned to your card.
No, usually I don't even know until the day of the fight. So
sure,
it's not one of those things. Then I go, oh, and then I have to back in the mental state of a fight.
That's annoying. That's kind of a bummer when you're there at the arena and you're trying to get ready for a fight and you have that reaction.
It does, but life goes on. You just put on a show for the fans and just rock and roll.
Well, I'm excited about this. Like I said, I think the vast majority of MMA fans are as well. This is fun to see you go back on Spike TV. The highest rated fight in the Ultimate Fighter history, you versus Kimbo Slice, still stands. All these
that plus that's the highest rated show ever in Spike history too.
How about that? Still got it.
Still got it.
After all these years. Good to talk to you again. It's good to see your face, Roy. Thank you for doing Skype. I appreciate you sort of, celebrating this moment with your first Skype interview on the show. And I look forward.
Well, I appreciate.
Yeah.
Just if you want it in the future, all you got to do is ask.
I will. And so, and by the way, because you said June 24th promotion, but you don't have a debut yet?
No, I do not. My biggest for debut, I mean, I don't even know when the next fight cards are for Bellator. I think, just getting the first step first was to, get a deal done. And then after getting a deal done, then for me, do an interview with you. That was the next step.
Okay.
We got to start with baby steps, kind of work your way up.
Thank you. Well, mazel tov to you and your lovely wife and your son on the new deal, this new chapter. It's a very exciting time for the Nelsons. I'm looking forward to your debut, and thank you for coming on. It's great to talk to you again.
I appreciate it. You can call anytime.
All right. Thank you, Roy. I appreciate that very much. There he is, the newest member of the Bellator heavyweight roster, the one and only Roy Nelson, stopping by. Great to see. Thought it was a nice signing on their part. Some options for him at heavyweight. Of course, Matt Mitrione, who he once beat not that long ago, is fighting Fedor Emelianenko on June 24th. They've got some names. And so we will see when he debuts. He doesn't seem to know just yet, as you just heard on the show. Okay, in a matter of seconds, we are going to be joined by Sage Northcutt. Found out earlier in the week, last week, that he is returning to action. It's been a while since we've seen him in action. Late last year was the last time. He is fighting Claudio Puelles at UFC 214. Looking forward to his return. There's a lot going on in the life, as always, of one Sage Northcutt, and he joins us. Oh, I saw him there from the corner of my eye via the magic of Skype. There he is, Super Sage himself. Hey, Sage, how are you?
What's up, Mr. Hawani? I'm doing good.
It's great to talk to you. I appreciate, after that last interview, having you on. So it's always good to have you on the show, Sage, and it's great to see that you are coming back. Have you ever heard of Claudio Puelles before when they offered you him?
No, sir, I haven't. I do know he is from Peru, I believe, and he was the finalist in the Ultimate Fighter. So that's very interesting. I think it's going to be a great fight. I'm looking forward to it.
Were you intrigued by the matchup? Did you have any qualms about it, or did they offer you him and you said yes?
I said yes, sir, and I think it's both interesting. We're both very young, and I think it's going to be an exciting fight. So I'm training hard, and I'm ready to put on a great show.
And are you fighting at 155?
Yes, sir, 155.
Why'd you go back down to 155 after your last fight against Mickey Gall being at 170?
I just went up to fight that fight at 170, and
okay.
I think 155 is my weight class for now that I'll be at. I'm walking around a little bit lighter, so that way I make the weight easier. I'm stronger. I should be faster and not have to struggle to make that weight cut at 155. So that should all work out great. I had my tonsils removed about 4.5 weeks ago, so that's all healed up. I should be better than ever, stronger than ever. Shouldn't be getting sick anymore. So I'm excited about that. So
this is kind of a crazy story. I was talking to your dad about it. We remember that you had the issue with strep throat prior to the Brian Barberina fight, and this issue has kind of bugged you for quite some time. Tell us what you were feeling and why it led to you having to have your tonsils removed. What happened?
Yes, sir. So during my first loss in UFC, I did have really bad strep throat, and as Mr. White announced, you saw the picture. It was very horrible. But then throughout that, actually after the fights, the next few fights that I did have, even though I didn't have strep throat the day of the fight, it might have been a week before the fight or 2 weeks before the fight. But throughout the fight camp and throughout the different camps for my fights that I had the last few fights, I was very sick. So I would get sick, I would heal up, get sick again, and there were still strains of bacteria left in my tonsils. So the only resort was to get my tonsils removed. And you can ask Mr. Woodley, too, because I was up there training with him for his last fight against Wonderboy Thompson when he retained his belt. And I was up there, and I got real sick, and he quarantined me in a hotel for about a week. And then he goes, all right, Sage, now you're good. He goes, you've been on antibiotics for a week. He goes, come train with me again. So I trained with him again. I got very sick, unfortunately, again. Came back to Texas, got sick again. And then after that last one, 3 in a row, again, they just said, we have to remove your tonsils. So That was the best thing.
Wow. And so what were you feeling when you were getting sick?
You know, it's your whole body's fatigued. If anybody's ever had strep throat, it's like strep throat, but the worst kind of strep throat. It was actually eating holes in my tonsils. So if you looked at a picture, there was like little pits in my tonsils. And what happened was the different antibiotics would kill off the bacteria, but it wouldn't kill off all 100% of it. So it would come back stronger and stronger again. And it would just affect my whole body, my strength, my speed, my cardio, my breathing, the amount of pressure that you have on your throat, the fatigue of your muscles, just everything. So if I had it for the day of the fight, that was horrible. Or if I had it weeks before the fight or a month before the fight, it would take me out for weeks of my training and just affect me all around. So getting it removed was the best thing.
Before knowing that you needed to get them removed, were you kind of getting worried? Like, you know, what's going on here? Why am I feeling this way? Am I never going to be the same? How are you reacting to it?
Definitely. I was a little worried because I would train very hard. I'd be feeling great. And then all of a sudden out of nowhere, I just get kind of sick. And then all of a sudden I would, of course, as anybody would do that fights, and as a professional UFC fighter, they would try to train through it. So I would train through it, and then it would just run my body down more and more. So the only thing the doctor said I could do was get him taken out, and I was out for multiple weeks after that. And then now I'm healing up. I'm training again, and it's good.
Do you feel a difference already in how your body is feeling?
Definitely. It's kind of like a car. If you think about it, you have an exhaust pipes on a car, and imagine having like restrictor plate, and you have a tiny hole, and you're trying to breathe. The engine's trying to breathe, and it has all the air coming through the engine. And that restrictor pipe on your plates that goes through your exhaust, there's no air getting through there. It's like a little straw almost. Now all of a sudden you remove that. Now listen how much louder your car is, how much better it can breathe. You add horsepower, you add torque, and improves the fuel economy, the whole entire car. So kind of the same thing. I feel like I had these huge tonsils. The doctor said it was one of the biggest tonsils ever taken out. I actually put them in a jar, and I have a picture of them.
Oh,
put them in a jar for me. But
wow.
Imagine having these huge tonsils in your throat, and you're trying to breathe through a little tiny passageway, and then you get those taken out. And for a few weeks, it's gonna hurt. A few weeks, you can't do anything besides drink protein shakes, eat some ice cream, and try to recover. But after that, it's all better in the long run.
You didn't eat ice cream though.
I had a little bit of ice cream, some chocolate and peanut butter ice cream.
Oh yeah.
I did drink my favorite protein shakes, the RTDs by Labrada. Those I had that for 2 weeks straight.
Aren't you that UFC fighter?
Yeah.
Hey man.
Nice to meet you.
Look at that. You're getting.
Cool. Have a good one.
Where are you now?
I actually just finished training some training just across town, actually at the gym I'm training at, Paradigm.
Okay.
Here in Houston, Texas. So, and I just came over to pick up some products right before I got on Skype with you.
And so is this your home gym now? Because I know you were with Tyrant for a little bit. You've been at some other gyms. Is this where you're going to train for this fight?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
So, Paradigm Training Center, training back in Texas. That's my new gym for this fight. They have great grappling coaches, great coaches, and I'm looking forward to it.
Whatever happened with you training at TriStar?
I trained up at TriStar for just for a short period of time for one of my fights.
Yeah.
And then I came back to Texas. I just figured for this fight, I'd rather be back here.
Okay.
And I'm training with Santos Juanclair is one of my grappling coaches. There's a lot of great grappling coaches, a lot of great coaches here for me to train with. And Paradigm Training Center is a great place for me. So I'm sticking here for this fight.
Were you sad that you couldn't fight at 211 in Dallas?
You know, that was a great card.
Yeah.
And I was really looking forward to fighting there. It worked out the way it worked out. I was going to fight. But then again, after training with Woodley, I came back here to Texas, and I just kept getting sick. And then finally, we told the UFC I had to get my tonsils removed because it was just affecting me so much. So I got that taken out. I think it was for the best. And now UFC 214, John Jones and Cormier for the main event. That's
I'm
awesome. Excited for that. You kidding?
Are you going to be on the pay-per-view? Do you know where you'll be on the card?
You know, I have no idea yet, but
Okay.
I'm excited to be fighting on UFC 214. So I can't wait to see. All I know is I'm gonna put on a great fight and put on a great show for everyone. So training hard.
Do you feel, considering how your last fight went, you've been out for a little bit now, do you feel like there's some extra pressure for you to, get people back on your side of things, make people into believers again?
No extra pressure. Just for the fact that it's gonna make me want to go train harder and be so much better. So I'm going out there. I'm training super hard, and I'm gonna make sure that I go out there and I'm gonna be ready for this fight.
And are you still going to train with Tyron at all, or was that only because of the Wonder Boy fight or fights?
We might train again. We might train again in the future. We still text and talk and everything. I just Snapchat him just yesterday or 2 days ago. So yeah, we'll probably link up and train again, and I guess we'll see what the future brings.
And you were just at the Las Vegas athlete retreat, right?
Yes, sir. I saw him there actually.
Oh, that's right.
His wife.
Yeah. So what was it like? Did you enjoy it?
Definitely. The new facility is amazing. They had this cool. It was a treadmill wrapped around with this bubble thing, and I walked in there and they had this guy that was running on the treadmill and he was floating like on the moon.
Oh wow.
Pretty much, it had this air that gets like pumped into there, and it was like they call it an anti-gravity treadmill. So that was kind of cool. They had a room that stimulates no oxygen, so it takes you 10,000 meters. They said Mount Everest is 8,000 meters, so
wow.
It sucks the oxygen out of the room and it makes your cardio better. I was like, wow, that's pretty high tech. They had these force plates there to test your punches and your kicks, your knees, all sorts of stuff. The whole place is amazing.
So will you try to use that Performance Institute if you're ever in Las Vegas?
For sure, absolutely, definitely. And I think it's so cool the UFC did that for us fighters. And to allow us to come there anytime we want, if we're in a camp, if we're not in a camp, or we just happen to be in town. So that's really cool.
Now, here's what I want to know. Did you go to the Snoop Dogg concert?
Oh, yes. I was there. Snoop Dogg came up and he started singing. That was pretty funny. I was actually playing, before he showed up, we're playing beanbag toss.
Okay.
And me and Chris Weidman, we were playing, and we beat some guys in beanbag toss. That was pretty fun.
Wow. I didn't know you and Chris were buddies.
He's cool. He's really
guy.
cool.
You Reebok guys have to stick together. But what do you think of Snoop? Are you a fan of his music?
Everybody knows Snoop Dogg, I feel like.
That's right.
And everybody in the audience was out there screaming, yelling, and he had a pretty cool show that he did up there and singing and everything.
Did you go to the classes like Kobe Bryant speaking and Michael Strahan, and if so, did you find those to be useful?
I did, yes. I think they're very smart. They're very smart what the things they did, not only how successful they are, but the things they did to get there. And then also, for instance, Kobe Bryant, what he was already playing out his future, why he was actually still doing the basketball, still competing, but he was playing out what he's going to do afterwards, after he retired. And I thought that was very smart. And it was really nice of them to come out there and speak to all of us. Okay. So I had my little notebook there the UFC gave me. I was taking notes.
Oh, really?
And it was definitely useful. They had social media classes. They had these speakers come speak to us. They had all sorts of stuff. Reebok had a deal where they graffitied shoes. I wish I had them on right now. I have a different pair of Reebok shoes on, but they had these shoes, solid white shoes. Yes, sir. We got to tell them like we want our name on there, what we want, and they graffiti them for us. So that was cool.
Kind of like you're back in school. And by the way, what's going on with your school life? Are you still gonna take classes at Texas A&M, right?
No, sir. Actually, I withdrew from school, so
okay.
For now, no more classes. I'm just gonna focus full time on fighting, going out there winning, put on a great show, doing my best I can be.
Wow.
And then later on, if the school comes and I want to do the school later, then I can. But for now, I'm gonna take this seriously and make sure I can make the most of it.
How'd your parents feel about that?
They think that's smart because you only get it's such a big opportunity. You only get a chance for this and to do two things at once. They know how hard that is to do the school, petroleum engineering, and fighting at the same time. Super tough.
Yeah. So
put all of your effort into one, and you can be much better at that one for sure.
Do you think that was an issue in the past, that you were trying to do too much?
That could have been a little bit of an issue, but there's no excuses. Just I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna put all my effort into this and make sure I'm the best I can be all around.
And I hope you don't mind me asking this, but I'm a perceptive guy on social media, and it seems like you're involved in a relationship these days. Am I right?
Oh, yes, sir.
You're off the market. This is exciting.
Oh, thanks. That's funny.
I feel like a lot of women are very sad now. I mean, I see you and this lovely young lady tweeting things and posting pictures and things like that. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Alwani.
Yeah. How long has this been going on for?
We'll see. Well, I've met her at school, actually. I've known her from school, but we'll see how everything goes and where it takes us.
Is it tough to balance all of this? Like, your personal life, dating, things like that, the fighting. Do you feel like it's easy to balance, or is it a little tricky?
No, I think you can't, obviously can't get too focused on one thing.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that everything's in proportion. So
Okay.
it's got to be smart about everything.
And speaking of exciting news, your sister is going to make her MMA debut in just a couple of weeks, right? In June for LFA, Colby. She's going to fight at 135.
Yes.
This is long overdue, right? She's been talking about this for quite some time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. June 23rd. I'm super excited for her. So that's gonna be awesome.
Is she with you right now?
No, she's not actually. She just flew back to California. She was with me. She flew in on Thursday, super late at night, and then she just flew back this morning, actually.
Are you gonna help her train for the fight?
I was for a few days just hanging out with her, but she's gonna come back here again before the fight. The fight's actually here in Houston where I'm training, so we'll see. She's training up there in California, and I can't wait for her to come back.
How do you feel? Do you feel like I feel like just a couple wins and we might see her, in the UFC? Do you feel like she's she's good enough right now to do that, or wait and see? Let's not get too crazy.
No, definitely wait and see. But she's awesome. So
Yeah.
she's this much taller than me.
Wow.
Which is crazy. She fights at 135. She can fight at 135 or 145, and she has incredible karate, incredible stand up. Her jiu-jitsu is good. So it's going to be awesome. It'll be her first pro MMA fight. She submitted. I don't know how many goals she submitted in the amateur MMA fights, but she hasn't fought in 2 years. So she's still been training, but she was focused on school for 2 years. She just finished up and graduated. Now it's time for her to fight.
And what about your younger brother? Is he going to fight soon?
He actually might. He just turned 18. He actually had knee surgery, so we're gonna wait till he heals up and see what he feels about it. But that'd be really cool. I know he's got the skills too.
Is it strange for you to watch your sister fight? Like, because you love her so much, that's your sister. Does it feel strange when you're sitting there watching her compete?
No, it doesn't actually. I kind of have a confidence for her, so I know
Okay.
when she goes out there what she can do, what she's ready for, and I'm more excited for her. So definitely not worried or anything. Just really excited.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to see you backstage. It's been a while. It's been 6 or so months since we last saw you compete, and so it's going down
Yes, sir.
July 29th, UFC 214, you versus Claudio Puelles of the Ultimate Fighter Latin America, as you mentioned. The return of Sage Northcutt. People are excited. They were missing you. Did you feel that?
Yes, sir. I was missing it too. I wanted to be out there the past months and months and months. I wish I could have been.
Yeah, that's right.
But now I can't wait.
And now you're feeling healthy. So did you actually post that on social media, the tonsils? Do we have a shot of that on your Twitter or Instagram?
Actually, I never posted the picture. I can post it, yes. They have a little jar, and they have both my huge tonsils
Oh
in
my
there.
gosh.
So I could actually post that.
Where is that? Like, where do you keep those tonsils?
They didn't actually let me keep the jar. They actually handed me the jar for a picture.
Ah, okay.
When they made me, it was my first time. They put a needle in my vein, and then I'm sitting in the chair. They brought me back, and they said something, and I was like, so when am I gonna pass out? 'Cause I've never been passed out by a drug, and they're like, well, you should be passing out here in about 15 seconds. I was like, 15 seconds. I was like, I don't feel anything. And then I remember the last thing I remember before passing out was, I was like, man, somebody in this room smells really good. And then I just passed out. And then I woke up. And I was like, did we do my surgery yet? And they're like, yeah, you're all done. And they gave me a popsicle, and I had a popsicle in my hand. So I was like, this is a weird feeling.
That's amazing. And who was the person that smelled good? Did you find out?
Yeah, I asked them. It was one of the nurses, I think. They said they were wearing lavender. That they washed their clothes in lavender, and it was like a lavender deodorant or something.
That's
like
amazing.
all natural, yeah.
Sounds like a great hospital.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
You want people to smell good, you know, before you. And how long
Definitely.
how
Yes,
long were you
sir.
in the hospital for?
That was a quick surgery. I think. Well, overall, maybe I don't know how long I was passed out, but the surgery only takes about 30 to 45 minutes, they say.
Oh, okay.
But mine was about that long. But then they had, I guess, the time before, like 30 minutes of me sitting in the chair. They're giving me like an IV, like with fluids and stuff before I pass out.
You didn't have to sleep
like
there,
filling
right?
out paperwork. So,
You didn't have to sleep over.
no, I didn't.
Okay, well that's good.
No, sir. They did it really early in the morning.
Okay.
So that was good.
Well, I'm happy it went well. I'm happy you're back on track. Happy that you have a fight. Looking forward to your return. Looking forward to seeing you fight as always. Appreciate you squeezing us in, Sage. I know you just trained and you're out and about, so thank you very much. Always great to catch up with you.
Oh, definitely. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah,
there he is, Sage Northcutt, returning at UFC 214 against Claudio Puelles. Always great to talk to one Super Sage. So that's in what, less than 2 months, 2 months from yesterday, right? All right. So thank you very much to Sage for stopping by as he joins us from that supplement store, vitamin store, nutritional store. In a matter of seconds, we are going to be joined by the one and only George St-Pierre. Always a pleasure to talk to George St-Pierre, always a treat. He was in the news once again late last week. He was at a conference in Montreal talking about why he is unable to fight Michael Bisping on July 8th, and really shed a lot of light on the delay for that particular fight. And so obviously once I found out that he opened up a little more about this, really wanted to have him on, and he is kind enough to join us once again. We are now being joined by the greatest welterweight of all time, one George St-Pierre. George, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you, Ariel. I hope you're doing well yourself.
Always doing well. Always great to talk to you, George. I appreciate the time very much. So, as I mentioned, late last week, you were at this conference in Montreal, and you opened up. And a lot of people are wondering, okay, this fight was announced against Michael Bisping. Why can't it happen in July? What's the delay? What's the reason? There's been all kinds of drama, all kinds of news, but we haven't heard much from you. And you talked about an eye injury. So what can you tell us? What are you feeling? What's going on with your eye?
You know, when the fight got announced, the press conference, we knew that we couldn't fight in the summer. UFC knew as well that I couldn't fight in the summer. They knew that I had an eye injury, but we still did the press conference, and I felt very uncomfortable during this whole time. You know, as an athlete, I wanted to tell what was going on, but you know, if you look at every sport, if you look at hockey, for example, when an athlete is injured, he never mentioned his injury. So he's injured in the upper body part or lower body part, or he doesn't say anything at all. He's got a cold. As athletes, for people that doesn't understand why we don't want to talk about injury, because this can be used against us. But now with this whole thing going on, it turns out to a very negative effect on me. So I needed to come out and tell the truth. I was talking with my agent. First, they advised me to not say anything, but then the more this thing was getting more and more negative, and as people thought I was like just willingly to not want. People thought I didn't want to fight in the summer, and I was just joking. And I made them understand. I said, look, I got that on my chest, man. I need to say what's going on, because it turns out to a very negative thing. Because I know people, you know, it's a business. People cannot afford to wait months, and they have a family to feed and everything. So I wanted to come out and say, and they advised me to not say anything. I understand why. But second, they say, like, yeah, you can talk about it. It's an eye injury. And it's a long healing process. I had a surgery done, and everything is okay. It's just I need to there is a lapse of time, minimum time that I need to wait before I go back and train, especially if I take a risk to get hit on my eyes. Because it can damage, because it's not my vision has not recovered 100% yet. It will be fine. Everything is fine. It's just I need to wait for the lapse of time that the doctor asked me to wait for, and it's in September I can start sparring again.
So you said that you told the UFC about this. Why were they so insistent on doing this press conference and trying to get you fight in July if they knew that you were dealing with the injury?
I don't know. Maybe it's a contractual reason. I have no idea. Even my agent and I were not very excited about that. We're like, it's better if we wait a little bit, but they decided to do it. It was the first time, if you remember, that they announced a fight. I think it's the first time in history they announced a fight without a date.
Yeah.
That's for that reason, because we couldn't put a date yet because we didn't know. I didn't know that I was able to spar, when I would be able to spar. I knew the fight would definitely not happen in the summer. This I knew for sure, but I didn't know what. I knew it would be during the year, but I didn't know which month exactly when I could be back in a competition.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Was it frustrating for you as this story kept, kind of going on and on and on, and then they were trying to get you to fight in July and the interviews and stuff? Were you thinking like, well, you knew about this? Because even when you were on my show after the press conference, you didn't talk about the eye, but you did say that you couldn't fight in the summer. You said you were hoping September, October. So why was there so much confusion?
It was frustrating because first the negotiation took a long time to the point that at one point I almost lost hope. Then when we agree on everything. We agree on the opponent and everything. We shake hands and we sign and we agree on everything for the new contract. I was very happy. Unfortunately, when this happened in parallel, I had the bad luck that happened to me to my eyes, so I need to get surgery done and so it's just a bad luck happening in the wrong time, and it sucked, But I believe it's for a good reason. It's an eye. You don't want to play with your eye. You don't want to be blind. You know what I mean? Health has always been my first priority, and then after his performance. But health is always going to be my priority.
Is there any doubt in your mind that you won't be able to fight again?
No, I know it's fine. It's a matter of time.
Okay.
It's just I need to, when you get an injury and when you get a surgery, you need a matter of time before everything heals. So I just need the time. When the window is past, I will be fine. But the earliest I could fight would be after October.
So
now I know I'm the target. Like the whole industry is going crazy.
Yeah.
There is Conor is out now. There's Conor McGregor. He's a target. He's the number one target because he's the biggest draw. He makes the most pay-per-view. So everybody want to fight Conor. Everybody want to fight Nate Diaz as well because he's the biggest draw. Everybody want to fight me. Everybody want to fight Nick Diaz. So I don't take it personal. People say, "Oh, he's a coward. He's a this, he's that." I don't take it personal. It's business. People want me to turn. People want that I turn my eyes on them, to choose them, to fight them, so they're gonna make more money out of it. It's not a secret. People who knows the game, they know what's going on. But people who doesn't, they think, oh, he's a coward of this, and it's not normal for Michael Bisping. I understand the situation, but he's got a knee injury as well, and I'm still hoping that the fight will work. So for me, Michael Bisping is the best opponent for me because I always said that if I would come back, it would be to do something different that I haven't done yet, something that I've never done, and also Bisping for me. I always said that if I come back also it will be something that against someone that can elevate me, and that's for this reason I choose Michael Bisping. Also, he pay his dues in the organization. He never cheat. That was important for me. Someone that is loyal. He never cheat. Never use performance enhancing drugs. So for me, I'm proud to. Because it's always a risk. When you fight, you take a risk, So it's a win-win situation for me and for him.
Have you or your management been told personally that the Bisping fight is off? Because that there were some interviews where Dana White said, the fight's off, we're not doing the fight anymore. Yet it still seems like you and Michael Bisping are hopeful that the fight will happen later on this year. So have you been told otherwise?
No. I mean, it's just what I've heard in the news, but Dana is a very emotional person, he's a very, very emotional person, and I understand that. You need to be emotional in this game, like the way he is. Dana is the best, like I said, he's the best promoter, pound for pound of all time. Man, he can sell you every fight. It's crazy. He's the best. He can sell you anything, like he's so good at it. And I'm sure if he still want to make this fight, we can make it. It's up to him.
He said recently that you're going to fight next at welterweight. That's when you return, that's where he wants you to fight. Is that not accurate in your opinion?
I want to fight Michael Bisping.
Okay.
For me personally, that's the man I wanted to fight. As much as I respect him as an athlete, even though he's been very arrogant and cocky with me, I respect him as an athlete. But if I fight him, I'm gonna hurt him real bad. That's I can promise you.
Do you not like him anymore? Have you changed your thoughts on him?
But he said a lot of stupid stuff, And not that I don't like him, his business. After the fight is gonna be done, but I think I got some issues to resolve with him as it is right now.
And so, so the delay in telling people why you couldn't fight and the UFC didn't tell us, that led to a lot of middleweights being unhappy, as you may have heard. Like Luke Rockhold was unhappy. A lot of these guys came out, Anderson Silva. Was that strange for you, to hear all these people sort of complain? I mean, there should be such great excitement surrounding your return. And now you're kind of being blamed for holding up the division and Bisping's being blamed. How are you reacting to all of this?
I understand their position. They're angry. Everybody is angry. And it's normal. But they're angry also because they want what I have. They want my status. They want the money, the banking account. They want the popularity. So by beating someone like Bisping or beating Bisping or beating me, they think they're gonna win that automatically. But it takes more than that. It takes a long time to build up stuff like that. If you're, for example, if you go in a autograph signing and you're an asshole to people, you don't give them attention, and in everyday life you're an asshole, you don't expect to have a nice fan base. You know what I mean? I think you need to stay authentic. People think it's just by winning a fight you're gonna be a star. It doesn't work like that. It helps, of course, the result helps, but it's if I make the success, it's because the success I have is because I've been working on over my life. It's hard sometimes. You try to be nice to people. You don't always have a nice day every day is life. But the fans that come to see you, they deserve you 100%. They deserve your attention 100%. That they deserve that you treat them with respect. And this is something that is very important. It's something that I have understand all my life. And I think that's one of the reasons why I was a big draw when I was fighting as a welterweight, and I still am. And that's something a lot of fighters they don't realize. It's not only fighting and that's it. Your job doesn't stop at fighting. You're an entertainer. It's everyday life,
What happens, they're doing this interim middleweight title fight between Romero and Whittaker on July 8th. What happens if that fight happens and then they say, Michael, you have to fight the winner of that fight, and we're not doing the GSP fight anymore. We want him to fight a welterweight. What are you going to do then?
I don't know. In MMA, there's so many things happening. Yeah. It's up to Michael. If Michael want to, as what I've heard, I think Michael Bisping is interesting of fighting me more than everybody else. And I'm more interesting of fighting him more than everybody else. Because we have each other, we have more to gain. It's a win-win situation. It's not only a win situation for UFC, it's a win-win situation for us. So we put a lot on the line. We can lose big, but we can win big as well. Mm-hmm. If I come back to fight anybody, I can lose big, but I win, but not as big as this. I try to come back to rewrite history to get the biggest fight as possible. And Michael Bisping, for me right now, is the guy that I have the highest stock.
Is it because he's the champion? Like if they strip him of the belt for whatever reason, are you less interested in fighting him?
He's, the belt is an object. Of course, if you lose the belt, you lose the title. But for me, he's still the champion. He's the one that he works hard. He's a hard worker. He's He's a guy that pays his dues in the organization. He's got the most successful UFC career. He's got the most win, and he beat the best. So for me, right now, he's the main guy. And he represents another challenge, something that I never attempt before to fight outside of my weight category.
Uh-huh.
And it's something that now I had time to try to put on some weight. I did. Of course, he's still going to be bigger than me. He's going to have the size advantage. But what I want to do during this fight is I want to prove that technique and skill can can beat size and strength.
Yeah, he was even making fun of your physique. Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw that picture. I'm like, it's disgusting. Oh my God! I'm like, and people are asking me, like, did you took this picture on purpose? I'm like, man, I have no idea when this picture came out. It's terrible. It's really bad. I have no idea. I must have been inhaling or whatever. It looked terrible, terrible. Like maybe the light make it look bad. I have no idea. It's crazy. It is really crazy.
So your belly isn't that big, is what you're saying, really?
No, okay. It's not. I just did a photo shoot this morning, and it's not. It's fine. I'm in the best shape of my life right now.
How much do you weigh right now?
I'm about 195, 197.
Do you want to get bigger before cutting, or?
Yeah, I'm actually bigger.
Okay.
I was 185 before, and now I'm 190, between 195 and 197. So I'm much bigger now. I gained 10 pounds. It's the first time in my life I got into a diet. I never dieted in my life before.
Wow.
I got into a specific diet. I spend money. I invest on training and everything just to gain weight for that particular fight. So for me, mindset, I was already mind to fight Michael Bisping. So that's why and the people who knows me, when I get minded on something, I'm very hard to distract. So that's why I shake hand. I was really minded on that. I was still thinking about strategy and stuff and visualization. Everything was focused on Bisping. That's why I wanted that fight so bad.
So when I got to the studio this morning, I actually received a text message from Tyron Woodley, the welterweight champion, and he said he wanted me to tell you this. Tell George, quit playing all of us. If he's coming back, come back. If not, you are a legend and retire great. Nobody got time for the emotional roller coasters. That's what Tyron Woodley wanted to say to you.
Oh, he's nice. I was expecting more something like, oh, you're a coward. You don't want to fight me. It's a nice thing for him. He's nice. This is nice.
Do you have any interest in fighting him?
This is a different song than what you have said in the earliest interview.
Yeah.
Which is nice. I appreciate.
Do you have any interest in fighting him or not really?
Yeah, but I do. But now, like I said, I was focused on Bisping.
Yeah.
And it's nobody. I'm not afraid of nobody. There is things that I can gain from people and things that I can lose. People that are fighting to be successful in this business, it's not about who got the biggest balls. This is not what it's about. You need to always think about what this person can make you gain and what you can lose.
Yeah.
So you need to analyze what can you gain from that and what can you lose. I have much more to lose. I have much more to gain by fighting Michael Bisping than fighting Tyron Woodley. I don't say that I don't want to fight him. I said, like, right now, my next move, I have much more to gain fighting Bisping. And Tyron Woodley is the champion. Now, I don't know who he's going to fight next. He said he had another fight coming up, like a surprise fight. Maybe his stock will go high. And maybe after I'm fighting Bisping, maybe I will be like, no, now it's time I go back welterweight and I fight Tyron Woodley, and I go back and I fight Tyron Woodley when he's champion, if he's still champion, and if he's still champion, he beat another guy, his stock will go high,
Yeah.
That's how it works, that this you never know what's going to happen in this business, like if you look at the biggest draw, Conor McGregor, he didn't become Conor McGregor in one day. He came in after a few wins. I think he really exploded after his win with Jose Aldo. You never know. Maybe his next fight, Woodley would be a an amazing fight, and then boom, like people, his stuff will explode, and he will be the man, will be the man to beat that everybody want his place. Yeah, and that's how it goes in this business. It's not you need to, if you want to be successful, that's how it works, You say, what can I gain from this, and what can I lose? I'm aware of what can I lose. I want to see what can I gain.
Not that long ago, you were at Madison Square Garden to watch a hockey game, and you tweeted something like, "Oh, maybe I'll fight here." And I know that they're planning on coming back November 4th. That's the plan right now. Does that make most sense for you? Would you like your return fight to be at MSG in November?
Man, when I went to see the hockey, all the people in MSG, they all came to see me. All the director, all the people that are in the marketing, they all came to see me. They say, "Hey, November, I want you to fight here. I want you to come and fight in MSG." So right away, I couldn't stop thinking about Michael Bisping and I fighting in MSG. I thought for me, that would be the best scenario. I don't know how it sounds to you and how it sounds to the fans, but I think it would be a nice scenario. But when it happened at the time, people didn't know. Like I was advised to not talk about my eyes and my eye injury and everything, and it was very bothering me. This whole thing.
Yeah. Do you regret the way it all happened? In hindsight, you wish that the press conference never happened, that you were able to just come out and say what's going on, your timeline, your injury, so that none of this would have happened the last few months?
I am a fighter. I'm an athlete. I have people, I have a team. Everybody has advisors, and I was advised to not talk about it, to not talk about my injury. As an athlete, you don't want to talk about these things.
Sure.
If you know about it now, it's because this whole thing became out of proportion, and it turns out to a very negative thing. We all have, as athletes, all have injuries sometimes, and we don't want to talk about this, because it gives you weaknesses, something that your opponent can exploit, and for your image also as your brand, you don't want to talk about injuries. That's something that you don't want people to be aware of, and that's, if I talk about it, it's because I didn't have a choice.
Do you feel like you need to talk to Dana White, because he said he was not going to wait for you anymore and he was getting frustrated? Do you feel like you need to clear the air with him, or is that not necessary?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I guess I should. I guess I should talk to him. But things with Dana is hard, sometimes, because I have people that their job is public relation and how they deal with the UFC people, and sometimes all the stuff that I heard from Dana is from the reporter. So stuff that I hear all the time are with the reporter. So it explode like a bomb. That I don't know. You know what I mean? So I guess it's the same thing for him on his side. But he has. I think he's in contact with one of my agent, Nick, and he's in good contact with him, and that's how they talk. But maybe now it would be that time, I guess. I don't know.
But to be clear, you didn't know when he came out and said that the fight was off. They hadn't told you yet, right? You found out like all of us via the media.
No, but to his own defense, I put him. We put a video saying that he couldn't fight before November, before the end of October. So he could, you know what I mean. So maybe that's why this whole thing happened. Maybe we thought it would be a good thing to do that, but maybe I don't know. Like I said, is the way that's sometimes when we talk to UFC, it's really business related too.
Yeah.
So you need to. Before we talk to UFC, we need to talk to my advisors and say what they think or what we should say or what we should not say. This whole thing is a freaking game, like that's how it is. That's how it is, man. This is a business, fighting now. I started doing it. It was fun. Then it was competition. It was now it's for business, and that's how people should. That's how people should treat it. For sure, it's a business. It's the same thing for everyone.
And so, to be clear, once and for all, you want to fight again. You're planning on fighting again this year, October, November, and you want to fight Michael Bisping. Is that all accurate?
Yeah, no. It can't be in October. It has to be in November.
Sorry, November.
Yes, and November 1 is the earliest I can do.
Okay, and that's still the plan. You want to fight this year. It wasn't to make an announcement, sponsors, all this stuff. You are very committed to fighting.
Yeah, we were talking about Michael Bisping, and I was happy. When I met with Dana, we talked about Michael Bisping. It's a long time ago, and that was the plan. That was the guy that I agreed on fighting, and he agreed to fight me. And like I said, it was a win-win situation, and it was the fight that I was excited to have.
And is there any chance? Lastly, for me, is there any chance that if they take away the Bisping fight, is there a chance you don't fight again? Like, is it all about Bisping and that challenge and the belt and all that? If they really force you and stand their ground, could this be the end?
I don't think so. I do not know. I don't know. Need to talk to UFC and see what's gonna happen.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
Huh. Okay.
I always said if I come back, it needed to be a fight that excites me, a fight that can elevate me, that can, you know what I mean. So we'll see. Things change in MMA fast. But on the other hand, I'm 36. I just turned 36, so I need to make a move soon.
Sure.
When my eyes get fine, I need to make a move, and I need to make a move soon.
By the way, did you see?
One thing I can tell you for sure, Ariel. One thing I can tell you for sure, that if I'm at one fight for retiring for good. This is I can tell you for sure. If I come back and I lose, this is it for me.
Really?
Yes, this is it for me. If I come back and I lose, it's finished.
Why?
This I can tell you for sure. Because it's over. I don't want to hang. I sell out of fire. I don't want to hang there to become a punching bag for the younger people. I do not believe I'm going to lose. I think I'm at my best. My trainer think I'm at my best. If I come, I put a lot on the line. And I know that if I come back, it's because I believe I'm a much better version than what I was, and I want to go back to another shot and rewrite history. But if down the road I lose, I pass the torch. It's over. It's finished.
Wow, that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure to put on yourself.
It's a lot of pressure, and that's why I will be fighting at my best, because I will be fighting like there is no tomorrow.
Wow. That gave me goosebumps.
That's when I'm at my best. When I'm fighting like there is no tomorrow, that's when I'm at my best.
So your next loss, that's it?
That's it. That's all I'm out.
Wow. And you're not prepared to end it anymore.
Look at my record. My record speaks for itself. I don't lose very often, so I could be there for a while as well. I don't know.
By the way, is it true that you told the conference in Montreal on Friday that during your time away you partied like you've never partied before?
Yeah, it's true. I live my life, man. It's true. I live my life.
You live a good life.
It's not like I was sitting down. I was training, but I party and train. I had pleasure. I traveled the world. I had a great time. Yeah.
But you're done with the partying.
Yeah, I live the life.
No more partying for now.
I always party. Always try to mix pleasure and business. So that's the key of life. That's my loss of success.
That's right. One of the greatest moments in the history of this show is when you said that there are 3 things that you love in life. Do you remember when you said that?
Yes.
Do you remember what they were?
Of course I do.
Dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs.
Women
and violence.
I love it. One of the greatest lines in the history of this show. I love that line. Amazing. And are there still just 3, or have you added to those?
There's 3 for now.
Okay. By the way, George, last thing for you. Rory McDonald, did you see his debut in Bellator? And were you impressed? Were you happy for your friend?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's the best he ever looked.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for him. He signed a new, very lucrative contract. Good move for him. I'm very happy. He's more happy now than ever. I saw him yesterday in training. He looked amazing, and I believe in his fight. He looked very elegant, fearsome, very, very like incredibly sharp. Like it was great to see that. The best Rory, I think, is coming back.
I agree 100%. It was great to see as well. George, we appreciate you coming on as always. Thank you so much for the time. I hope the eye heals up very quickly and that we finally get to see you fight. And I want to see it at Madison Square Garden. I think that's the perfect venue for your return. Madison Square Garden, you versus Michael Bisping. Let's see it happen. So I wish you the best, and thank you for coming on and clearing the air a little bit. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Ariel. Thanks for everybody, and I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Okay, all the best to you. There he is, the one and only George St-Pierre, one of the greatest of all time, the greatest welterweight champion of all time, the greatest welterweight of all time. So there you have it. Dealing with an eye injury, hoping to return in November. The UFC returns to Madison Square Garden. That's the plan, last I heard. First week of November. What a perfect venue, what a perfect stage for the return of GSP. And I do think that the interim middleweight title fight buys them some time. And I feel like now that it's out in the open, and I feel like because Michael Bisping is dealing with his own knee injury, that now people are a little more receptive to the whole thing. It was a strange ordeal. There's no doubt about it, and he admitted to it. It was strange to announce a fight without a date attached to it. It was strange to keep delaying it. It was strange to see this public pressure. The whole thing was just a little awkward. And I feel like now, I mean, here we are in June. November is 5 months away. You know, now I feel like it's a little more digestible. And so let's see what happens. Interim title fight July 8th. And, you know, we'll see if George gets his wish. The interesting thing is, as Dana White has said, he wants him to fight at welterweight next. What if he stands his ground? Then what happens? And I thought George's response to that question was very telling. He kind of didn't really have a response. And I think that's going to be the next sort of hurdle to get over at this point. But if you look at the way the UFC is booking fights and the decisions that they are making, I think that they believe that GSP versus Bisping is the fight to make. And I still, as you know, as I said when that initial interview came out, I still feel like that's the fight that they want to make. And I feel like because of the fact that they booked that interim title fight, it tells us that that's still the fight that they want to make. We'll see what happens. So much can change. So much has changed over the past few months. All right. That's it for the interviews, but plenty more show to go. By the way, thank you very much to the good people at Facebook. This is the first time that we are actually streaming the show live on Facebook as well. So it's on YouTube, which you know, but it's also on Facebook. I actually had a chance to visit the Facebook headquarters last week. It was very cool. They're doing a lot of cool things in relation to sports in particular. And I learned a lot about what they're doing as far as live streaming is concerned. So this is a cool next step for us. And so you can watch the show live now on YouTube and on Facebook. How about that? And again, I'll remind you that we're back next week on Monday, same time and place. For now, though, it is time for everyone's favorite segment. It is time for Rick's Picks. Here we go.
It's time to open up your ears and your minds, MMA fans. It's time for Rick's Picks.
Rick's Picks.
Rick's Picks are lots of fun, and his hair is in a bun, 'cause it's, you already know what it is.
Rick's Picks.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's the new craze taking the world by storm.
Yeah.
Live from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City.
That's part of the show.
It's time for
Rick's Picks.
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You were away.
I was away. I was in Hawaii.
With the Ohana.
Wow. Look at you.
Oh, come on, brother.
Whoa.
Easy now, brother. I watch Moana. Have you seen Moana?
I have not.
Seen it maybe 4,000 times at this point.
They're using some pidgin in there, I imagine?
Actually, not much, but they've got the accents, great songs. The Rock is in it, of course. It's a big hit with the kids. We've got the hook. We've got everything. We've got the pearl. You don't know any of these things, but
no,
it's actually a great film. I like it. The music is just sensational. So you were there. Was it nice?
Beautiful.
What was the occasion
again? Best place on earth. My half brother-in-law was graduating high school.
Wow.
And let me tell you, they do high school right out there.
They do it big?
Oh, yeah. The ceremonies, the lays, you know, you trade lays with...
oh, you do that whole thing?
With other classmates. They do it big out there. I was very impressed.
Okay. And where in Hawaii?
He graduated in Maui. My father-in-law lives in Maui.
Okay.
And I also visited my sister-in-law in Oahu.
Not a lot of social media posts about your trip. You kind of kept it on the DL.
It was a whirlwind. I wasn't trying to make people jealous.
Is this like another vacation? Because you just took a vacation. Does this one count as vacation, or is it more of like, okay, I have to do this for family, but if this wasn't going on, I wouldn't be taking this trip? Or did you try to kind of combine the two into one vacation / family business?
If it's up to me, I wouldn't spend 4 days in Hawaii. I'd probably spend a little longer. So let's just call this getting what needs to be done.
Business trip.
And seeing my
family business.
My brother, yeah.
All right. So because you were away, were you even able to keep up with the MMA news? Do you have anything for us?
No, that's it.
You only had like 2 things.
I don't got nothing.
Okay, wonderful. Now we can move along to the news. No, but really, do you have anything?
Of course I do.
Because I would have been fine just playing the intro music.
At some point we're going to have to stop doing this, but shout out to Mike Heck for making that music.
Of course. That's it. Last time.
I think 3 might be the limit. Now, he sent me an outro song.
Oh, wow.
We're not debuting it this week.
Why?
But next week.
Not good enough?
No.
Make some tweaks?
It's not that it's not good enough. It's that there was so much Rick's Pick stuff. I loaded it all in, and that will have to wait till next week.
Okay.
But we now
There's
have an
a tease
outro
for next
song
week.
as well. Mike Heck, the man. Okay, let's start with number 1. The first Rick's Pick is going to be a clip from Instagram. This is from Matt Serra's Instagram.
Oh, great. I saw this 1,000 times. Go ahead. Yes.
Wow. Here we see Matt Serra showing BJJ principles to Neil deGrasse Tyson. What? No love for who is the snore for? Is it for Matt or is it for Neil deGrasse?
I'm a big Neil deGrasse fan. I have a poster in my house.
I get you off the mat.
Look at this. I mean, this is two masters at work here.
Now look, as much go ahead. I'm not gonna.
deGrasse is that chef, right?
Oh boy.
Now you come around.
Yes. Now look at this.
Oh, look at this.
Touching your head is a broken shoulder.
Right.
And by the way,
that principles, leverage.
Doesn't he have a podcast?
He does, yeah.
So,
Once it's behind the back.
What do you mean?
is this part of the podcast, or is this like an outtake or?
Yeah, no, I
think
think this is just they had them. Look at this. I mean, that's just
UFC was promoting this clip more than their Stockholm fight last week.
For a good reason.
Yeah.
Those are 2 of the best at what they do, doing what they do. So, I think
this
it was worth
segment has officially
highlighting.
jumped the shark.
How dare you? Last week, you wanted me to go with things that happen in the broadcast. You wanted me to go with
broadcast?
The actual fights.
What are you talking about?
You were asking for clips that happen in the fights that everybody watched, and now 1 clip from social media, and we've jumped the shark already.
Don't get all sensitive. I'm allowed to have my take on these clips, all right?
I think it's disrespectful to Matt Serra, who you've thrown some shade at.
Stop it.
Who you've thrown some shade
Love
at
Matt Serra.
earlier in the show as well. I mean,
listen, we're trying to build to a super fight here. I just have to gain 70 pounds.
Oof. Okay, moving on.
Yes.
Also from social media. This one from Instagram as well. It's been shown 1,000 times, but it's still worth showing.
No, this is money right here. Set the
Here we
scene.
go.
Wait,
Mark
set
Hunt.
the scene.
This is from Mark Hunt's Instagram.
Yeah.
We have his teammates, including Jason Momoa, actor Jason Momoa, Aquaman in the upcoming and from Game of Thrones. Everybody knows him. Sending Mark Hunt off the proper way with a haka.
This is amazing.
So let's play this one here.
Now, for those just listening, we have an octagon filled with men doing the traditional haka for Mark Hunt, who's watching. And I think he was actually kind of emotional about the whole thing, right?
I think he was, yeah. The Instagram copy
he was
would
very
indicate that
touched.
for sure.
This is incredible. Boom. Mark Hunt, of course, on June 10th, fighting Derek Lewis. Look at this. How do you not get pumped up?
Yeah. I'm ready to fight after this.
Now, which one's the actor? I'm not a big...
long hair right there.
Oh, in the back. Look how intense. I wish I knew what they were saying.
That's your next evolution.
Bang,
That's
bang.
your homework.
Look at this guy. He looks like you, that guy in the middle right over there. That hair?
The bun? Nice.
Yeah.
When my hair is undone, it looks more like the actors, to be
The
honest.
guy in the back?
Yeah.
was awesome.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Mark Hunt sharing that was fantastic. Next up, we're going to ONE FC from Friday.
Yes. This past Friday. What
The
did you-
highlight
Yes, yes.
for me was not an MMA fight,
Oh, yes.
but this grappling match where Gary Tonin submitted Shinya Aoki in ONE FC's only, I believe this is the only time they've done this, the submission-only match last Friday. We'll play the finish. This is from ONE FC's Facebook, as you can see in the corner there.
How do you feel about a grappling match in the middle of an MMA card?
Yeah, there's something to that, but what I think makes it relevant and interesting is Shinya's past in MMA.
Sure.
And if you saw the broadcast, they talked to Gary about potential to go to MMA after this.
He's interested.
And he's interested. He needs a little bit of time, but it's looking like he's going to transition to MMA. And, if you're...
Hey, there's John Danaher.
John Danaher.
The man, wearing a rash guard. Who would have thunk it?
If you're an 0-0 MMA fighter, and you're potentially going to be matched up with Gary Ton, and you're going to have a tough day in the ring, in the cage coming up. So congrats to Gary submitting Shinya, who we all recognize as a very high-level grappler. I think something on the horizon for Gary Ton in MMA for sure.
Great mat also for ONE FC. We were talking about ACB.
That's right. ACB sent us some tweets last week.
They loved it.
For mentioning the mat.
Wow, so you're going with this over the Ben Askren win and the Angela Lee win.
Yeah, I just think,
Ben Askren dominated.
Chugging along, Ben Askren and Angela Lee both looked really, really good, but I think this will have more.
But Chatri Sichotong, the CEO of ONE, posted something on his Facebook. Did you see this about Angela Lee having pneumonia? And they thought that she was going to pull out of the fight. She was really under the weather and still kicked ass. So I thought that was very impressive.
Absolutely.
She's now, 8-0, and she's 20? It's unbelievable. And Askren looked great as well. So I thought it was a really good event for ONE.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now we're going to KSW 39.
Oh,
Coliseum.
what an event. What an event this was.
Covered by our own Mark Raymundi.
Yes.
Relevant and topical right now because of the attendance that was reported.
Yes.
Of 58,000 inside the stadium.
Now they claim
Warsaw,
it's the biggest event, right? Or the second?
In Mark's article, he's citing it as second behind Pride Shockwave.
Yeah. But, you never know with those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen the pictures, and a lot of people were sharing this for Rick's picks rather, it damn sure looked like 58,000. Now, how close you can get, but huge event in Poland, and worth noting because typically when it's not UFC, it's not a draw, or at least as big a draw as that. Cramming 58,000 people into the arena, no small feat.
Polish MMA is on fire, and you got to give KSW a lot of credit because, I mean, if you look at their roster to us here in North America, it's like, wow, this roster, this lineup is what drew 58,000 people, but they know how to book to their market.
Absolutely.
Mamed Khalidov, who's a big star over there. This was a champion versus champion fight. Also, Mariusz Pudzianowski was on the card. And, they have some other Europeans like Norman Park on the card as well. But, man, that is an impressive feat on their part. And plus, I mean, you see what's going on in the United States here with the UFC. Joanna Jędrzejczyk, Karolina Kowalkiewicz. Polish MMA is doing really well these days. Marcin Held suffered his third loss in the UFC. That was a crazy finish right there.
Very, very crazy finish.
But yeah, I give these guys a lot of credit. It's nice to see. I mean, they can make a very strong case for being the biggest promotion in Europe. Obviously, outside of the UFC, regional promotion, if you want to call them that. KSW is killing it.
And the Polish scene in general, as you astutely pointed out. Moving along, more congratulations in order.
Yes.
To friend of the show, Daniel Cormier. Now, I had a lot of different Instagrams I could have pulled this from. Not his own, surprisingly.
Yeah. Well, he kept it. He kept it private.
I appreciate that, keeping it classy. But I pulled this from manager to the stars and friend.
Oh wow! Look
Danny
at you
Rubenstein's Instagram.
Sucking up.
And the reason I pulled this was not because I want to shout out Danny.
Yes.
But because I want to highlight one of the comments. And if we have this full screen, you can see it right here.
And I don't usually comment on Instagram.
Yeah, you're not a frequent commenter. You're more of a poster. Not even a liker. I mean, you're really just a very selfish Instagrammer. But what we'll highlight here, Ariel Helwani to Danny Rubenstein. Would it kill you to wear a tie though? I mean, really.
THO.
Oh, I'm sorry. Though, spelled THO.
I mean, look at Cormier. He's wearing a white.
He's getting married.
Shirt. Yeah, but look at that tie. It's crisp. And Rubenstein just walks up to the joint like he's going to the club. I mean, not even wearing a white shirt.
You got to be flexible. I appreciate, the open collar style that he's rocking.
I guess it depends on what it said on the invitation, which, by the way, I was not invited to the wedding, which I kind of felt like it was a bit of a slap in the face after everything we've been through. But nevertheless,
and not even a Skype the Monday, now Tuesday after.
Well, I wanted to give him some time, although he was very active on social media the next day, talking smack.
Yeah, with Jimmy Manoa.
Yeah.
Double cheeseburger, as he was called by Jimmy.
The best line was "Yo Mama" when he just wrote back to someone. Yo,
I'd say double cheeseburger was better, but that was also good.
But Manoa called him double cheeseburger.
Yeah,
cheeseburger.
That's what I'm saying.
I was well, I just mean from DC. But anyway, Rubenstein. I mean, this is not what a mensch does, and Rubenstein is typically a mensch. I mean, he's got a great Jewish last name. Mensches wear ties to weddings.
No, but you meet a bridesmaid and you want to go out. You know, maybe you can take off the tie, but I think. I approve of the.
I'd love to know if there was a hora at this wedding. I mean, did they do it up? I saw them shooting dice.
Oh boy,
they did.
We have we have DC on.
Is he on?
Yeah, here he is on the phone right now.
Call him up. Where's my invitation?
Where is the invitation, Daniel?
I love weddings. It's wedding season. Congratulations to DC and his bride Selena. And they have 2 kids. It's a beautiful thing that they were able to get married after all these years. And how about Alexander Gustafsson one-upping him the next day and proposing in the cage?
I mean, if that's not the makings of a fight now at light heavyweight, then I don't know what is. He's
you think that's
it's
what
gamesmanship.
He's doing?
It's
wow.
gamesmanship. And I appreciate it from Alexander Gustafsson, who had an absolutely tremendous performance. And credit to Glover as well for making that fight what it was. It would have been very easy to just go away. And he did not. That's for damn sure.
John Jones still engaged, so it seems like Daniel Cormier one-upped him. Right?
Yeah. So Cormier is the leader in the clubhouse, followed by Gustafsson, followed by, if Jones is engaged, then he's still ahead of Gustafsson, but Gustafsson has a chance to pull ahead. And now finally, you knew it had to be done. We're going with a clip from the MMA Beat earlier this week.
Oh, here we go. Yes.
Everybody's all-time favorite episode of the MMA Beat, except for the one that I was on.
It's your fault.
Except for the one that I was on.
This is all your fault.
I have a feeling it's not all my fault, that it stemmed from something else, but I was involved.
Okay, let me just set the scene here, all right?
Why don't you set this up?
We're sitting in the studio, and they tell us, to their credit, Nick, the great director, he's not in today, says we've got a minute left. All right, a minute left. Says it over the loudspeaker. But usually we'll get like a 20 seconds, a 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, I guess no one got that part. And I didn't get it. And so I start to see there's a little screen over there. I see that, it's like the graphic is playing. And I'm like, oh, I guess we're starting. But the other guys didn't notice that. So as you can see, Chuck is fixing his hat. Luke isn't ready. And I start to laugh. And so that's what happened. And you could play that part, and then I'll pause and tell you why I continue to laugh after that.
Let's roll it. And keep the mics up. I want to hear Ariel's reaction to this.
See, well, you hear Luke breathing. Look at Luke. Look at
the MMA Beat.
Yeah, Luke is breaking already.
I didn't know we were going live.
You see? And that just made me laugh. And the problem is, once I start laughing,
And all of a sudden you start laughing.
You know what?
I can't stop.
Don't dare call this the A-Team.
My phone is and then ringing you all start time. calling me.
New York Rick.
New York Rick.
In the middle of the show.
New York Rick.
This selfish bastard starts calling me when we're live. Now pause it.
Inside our New York City studio. I was gonna say it's raining out.
What? Okay. Why did you? There's DC again. Why did you call me when I was live?
Listen, I was in Hawaii. I've been up since 4 a.m. local time. My whole sense of timing and all that was thrown off. I didn't know what time it was. I didn't know there was MMA BB. I didn't even know it was Thursday. So
what do you mean? You didn't know it was Thursday?
No, man.
I felt like you were there for 8 weeks.
Yeah, but that's a long trip. That's a 12-hour from East Coast. That's a 12-hour from East Coast flight and 6-hour time.
It was very rude.
So
what did you want? What did you want?
I just wanted to say hello. Yeah. I was just checking in on you. I just wanted to say, hey, Ariel, you're one of my best friends in the entire world. How are you doing? I hope you're well. I've landed safely. Because you asked me, you said, please, whatever you do, as soon as you land, please call me so that I know you're okay. And I wanted to make good on that promise to let you know that I was all right.
Yeah, well, you ruined it. And then I was distracted. Okay, keep playing.
All right, now let's roll out the rest.
You know what? He threw me off. Don't dare call this the A-team.
My phone is ringing all kinds. It's New York Rick.
New York Rick.
This is
Stop calling us New York Rick.
This is a mess. We're back. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani inside our New York City studio. I was going to say it's raining outside, but it's sunny inside.
Danny Segura is saying that you were lit.
But I think it's more
you
of a
were
mess
lit on
in here
that,
than it is outside.
On
You
that
know
Hawaiian
man.
stuff.
He's Luke Thomas. He just ruined the intro of the show. He's of SiriusXM and MMAfighting.com.
And so at all this point right here, I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to not laugh. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to keep it together.
Of the Washington Post, a.k.a.
Is this the abridged?
The man in the shirt.
Abbreviated
all right,
version?
Guys, I can't recall the last time we did a show. 4 of us. 18.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. It's a little tight up here, I must say.
Yes.
But it's good to see you all again. We have so much to discuss. Let us start with the bantamweight and flyweight division this week because they're kind
here
of
we go. Now I lose
merging into each other. At least this week, as far as
now
the news is
I'm
concerned.
losing it right now. I'm
Cody
losing it,
Garbrandt
and then I
is
look
out
at
of UFC
I look at
213.
Luke, and I notice that he has Pepto-Bismol on his beard.
Cody Garbrandt is out of UFC 213.
He's got a rapist smile. That's the problem. This turns off to a roaring
And then he says that line.
Okay.
And now I just lose it.
All right.
See, now I just
legit tears coming down your
legit
face.
tears. I'm sweating profusely. I want to leave. I want to run out. I don't know what to do because I know that I won't get it back. I won't get back on track.
Has been offered to fight against TJ Dillashaw.
He had a piece of the Pepto-Bismol stuck on his beard. We were just talking about his obsession with Pepto-Bismol.
He says he doesn't want to take the fight.
And I just can't. I can't get back. I can't get back.
This is so unprofessional.
And I'm dying. I'm dying here. I wanted to run out. I was so... That's it. I was dying. I wanted to run out. Anyway, you can watch the whole thing. You can watch the whole thing on our YouTube or on our Facebook. Why did it stop?
That was it. I mean, after that, yeah.
I kind of got it back on track. I don't even want to tell you.
I don't know who really got it back on track. I say Jeff, but
he did a good job. He was very professional, but actually, I had to think about something to get back on track. I don't even want to tell you what I had to think about. Do we have a special guest on the phone? No. But yes, that was very embarrassing, and I'm thankful that a lot of you thought it was funny. I appreciate you giving me a pass on this one, humanizing whatever you want to say. I actually addressed some of it on the back end as well at the end of the show, but I was able to keep together. I was so verklempt. I was like emotionally exhausted after that show because it was so hard to get back on track after all the laughing. It's never happened to me before. It's happened to me in life, but it's never happened to me before. What is going on? I really thought for a second, maybe I should just run out of the studio and pretend like this never happened. There was like a wave of perspiration engulfing my body at that moment, and I was very afraid that I wouldn't be able to get back on track, but luckily I did. Now, I was just telling you, we were talking about Danny Rubenstein's attire at that wedding. It was a very big weekend. There's a lot of love in the air in MMA, right? There it is. Look at that. Look at that suit. White tie, white shirt, crisp. It's like one of those hotel sheets, right? A lot of love in MMA. Alexander Gustafsson getting engaged, proposing. We've got Tisha Torres and Raquel Pennington, Jessica Andrade. DC getting hitched finally on Saturday, and I must say, I was a little bit, I was a little bothered that I wasn't invited. A lot of people were asking me, why aren't you at the wedding? What do you have to say for yourself, Daniel?
I sent it. It may have gotten lost in the mail. At times, mail going over there, it gets lost. I've got a friend named James Stewart.
Okay.
That Christmas card until mid-March. So, you guys have bad issues with your mail out there in New York City.
Oh, okay. So I should be receiving it any day now.
Yeah, you'll receive it sometime in July. That'll probably be around the time.
Well, I got to tell you, I was so happy for you and Selena. I mean, we're looking at a picture of you right now. Be honest with me here for a second. Danny Rubenstein shows up in a checkered shirt, no tie. You kind of thinking like, come on, man, you can't dress up for the wedding?
I told him, do better.
Yeah.
Do better, Rubenstein. What? I mean, come on. Throw a tie on, just make yourself look nice. Wear something nice and clean. You look at everybody else, and they look phenomenal.
You looked amazing.
And Rubenstein let me down a little.
You had that
you.
You had that skin fade going. You got that white shirt, that white tie. I mean, you never looked better.
I think now I'm going to start dressing myself for Fox because I thought I did a pretty good job last weekend. Happiest day of my life, man.
Was it good? Awesome. Was it fun?
It was a great time. Got to spend time with my family. We danced and we danced and we danced.
Danced the night away.
Selena smiled. Yeah, we had a great time, and it was awesome.
She looked beautiful?
Yes, she did. She made me cry.
Wow.
The moment I was trying not to look at her because I knew the moment I saw her, and my son actually was who walked her down the aisle and gave it to me. So I knew the moment they came, I would have a difficult time dealing with it. And I sure did. I teared up. When a kid's like squeezing his fist trying not to cry?
Yeah.
That was me the entire time as she was walking towards me. She was perfect.
Was your daughter the flower girl?
Yes, she was, and she enjoyed it too.
Oh man, that's amazing.
Telling her mom how beautiful she looked. It was a beautiful wedding.
It's rare that you get to experience that with your kids, and so it was very cool that you guys finally did that. Now, I heard through the grapevine, is it true that Luke Rockhold was kind of working the room with the young and the old?
Luke Rockhold looked fun. Let me say, the one thing about Luke Rockhold, he looked phenomenal. His suit was impeccable. He was dressed to the nines when he arrived. By the end of the day, he did not look so good, but he had a good time. Luke Rockhold's one of my best friends, man. He has fun.
Okay, I'm glad to see that you guys cleared up because I saw you on Instagram writing him, so everything's good between you two, right?
Yeah. I was just giving him a hard time, trying to get him back home, man. We got business to tend to in 9 weeks. Get home. I need you.
And then
he's a unique talent. I need him in my training camp.
And then the best part was, like, less than 12 hours later, you're talking smack to everyone on Twitter. You didn't even take a break.
That never stops. I like to shoot this venom because I'm watching Jimmy Manuwa. I understand. You want your teammate to be successful, but at what point are you kind of saying, Alex, don't look too good because I know you've already fought both of these guys super competitive. If you look too good, what if they let you jump me? It's like, come on, just a little bit. I understand wanting your teammate to do well, but do you want your teammate to do so good that he actually takes your title shot?
So you thought it was a little weird.
And I think that's what happened to him. I actually think that's what happened to Jimmy Manuwa. I think Alexander Gustafsson, after looking that good with his history with both John and I, has now positioned himself to get another title shot.
I agree. Did you see what he said afterwards? He said that he doesn't think John is a good person, and that's why he's rooting for you.
I don't think that's a secret. I mean, everybody should feel like that, But what do I care if they do or not?
Right.
Ariel, here's the thing. I'm done trying to tell people what to think and how to feel. I'm not worried about them anymore.
Yes.
What do you want? Hit the buy button. That's all I care about.
And what about that Volkan Ozdemir? Did you see that coming?
No. You didn't either. No. Because I saw you. I just don't get it, Misha Serkinov, the guy that trains in Canada, you being a homer. Sometimes the homer gets you, He's ranked number 7. He's got 4 wins. And Volkan Ozdemir has only 1 win. And then, boop, 32 seconds later. Man, I like Serkinov. He's a great guy. I thought he was a better fighter. But, I guess Volkan Ozdemir is the guy. How old is that guy?
He's not that old. I don't know off the top of my head here. I can look it up. But, who saw this coming? Did you know anything about this guy? I know Luke has actually trained with him.
Luke has trained with him. Said that he trains hard. I saw him fight in Houston when he beat Oved St. Preux. So
yeah,
I knew who he was, but I don't
27.
Know him, honestly.
He's 27. He looks like the dude from, the guy, Cesaro.
He looks like Cesaro. He's good. That's good. He's a 27-year-old guy. Serkinov's pretty young himself, so got some young guys in the light heavyweight division now. Awesome.
Hey, I know we kind of jumped into your life here, so I'll let you go. But two last quick things. My favorite tweet of them all was just "Yo Mama." Someone said something to you, and it was just the response was "Yo." Now you're just throwing out random things. That was the best.
Jones is gonna knock you out, Yo Mama. Just Yo Mama. Nothing else. Yo Mama. What is that? What do I? Yo Mama what? My mama what? They're like, my mama what? Just Yo Mama. Maybe he gonna knock out Your Mama? I don't know. Yo Mama. Deal with it.
Did you guys do a hora at the wedding?
What is that?
You know, like this is something that we do at Jewish weddings where you dance around in a circle.
On the chair?
Yeah, that whole thing. Did you do that?
Yeah. No.
Oh.
I didn't do that. But we did do a second line dance, and Jamil and those guys would not join. He said it was just too weird. They're like, you guys are all walking around in a circle waving napkins. They're like, no, I'm not doing it.
Come on.
Like, well, we celebrate, man. You celebrate life. You celebrate a person's life and death. The people in Louisiana know how to have fun, and kind of put a twist on things, Great, happy celebration, the wedding. And when people pass, instead of being so down and out, even in your mourning, you celebrate them too on their way out of this world, So
I like that.
You do a dance.
And
it's awesome.
A little dice the day before, right? I saw that on your Instagram.
My bachelor party, we shot dice on the floor.
Wait, your bachelor?
We had friends over there like, it's moving too fast. Some of my friends were like, it's just moving too fast. They're like, well, that's just how it goes. They said, why do you guys have to play on the floor? I was like, I don't know. It's kind of like how it goes. When you shoot dice on the ground or on the floor. It's just the way it goes.
Your bachelor party was the night before the wedding?
Yeah, I didn't do anything.
Wow.
I didn't feel I needed one. My entire life's been a bachelor party. I'm good.
Well, I'm very happy for you again. Mazel tov. I just wanted to have you on because New York Rick, my guy in the back, was like, oh, you couldn't get Daniel on the show after the wedding? I was like, well, quite frankly, I wanted to give him some space. I didn't want to have him on,
Well, the thing is, like, I come on every Monday after I win a fight.
That's
Why
it.
not celebrate the biggest win of my entire life?
Fair enough. I'm sorry. So I dropped the ball is what you're saying.
A little bit.
Oh, damn. I don't want to overstep my boundaries. Last time you were on the plane. I felt like I was bothering you and all this stuff. So I didn't want to get too crazy, but you know what? I'm happy that you came on. You're always accessible. You're always kind. July 29th. Here we go. Less than 2 months away. How about that?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Much love. Thank you very much. And again, congrats to you and your wife.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, there he is. Daniel Cormier stopping by. And now Mr. Rubenstein weighing in on Twitter saying, hey, DC, who tied your tie in every single one of your groomsmen's ties? Except for yours.
Except for his own, yeah.
Exactly. Where was your tie? All right, well, how about that? You see, you call me out, and I get the champ on.
I mean, what a misstep.
What a misstep.
Second one of the week.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
On me?
Yeah, I mean, not
first?
having the MMA beat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a big misstep.
I think people enjoyed that, so don't be too hard on yourself.
Thank you.
And that's it for Rick's Picks. Now, here's where that music will come in next week, but not this week.
All right. Hey, we got a few other things to talk about.
Let's
talk about the women's bantamweight division. Excuse me, the featherweight division. It kind of ties into the bantamweight division. So, as you may have heard, late last week, Germaine Durandamy's manager came out and said, GDR is not fighting Cyborg. She's a cheater. She doesn't want to fight her. And then yesterday, apparently, Germaine has a private account, and so I can't see this, but some other outlets reported that she said that, I need to check out my hand still, and, I always plan on going back to 135. And to me, this is one of the craziest stories. Like, I have fought very hard with myself to not comment on this on social media because like things get taken out of context and you say things in 140 characters. But how the UFC has not come out and cleared the air on this situation, to me, is one of the most baffling moves that they've made in recent memory. Here you have a champion who clearly states that she does not want to fight the number one contender. Here you have a champion who is clearly stating that her plan is to go back down to 135. Why are you not moving on with this whole situation? If you want to be in the Cyborg business, get the title off of Germaine Durandamy and make Cyborg fight for the belt against Kat Zingano, who seems to be very much willing and able to fight her on July 29th, or anyone else. Why is this dragging on and on and on and on? I can't understand it. Quite frankly, I don't. I have a lot of sympathy for Germaine de Randamie. She has been through a lot since winning that belt. It was controversial. She got a lot of heat from fans. People were mean. Her account went from public to private, et cetera, et cetera. She's a human being. I feel for her. But at the end of the day, you are the champion. If you're not willing to defend the belt, you can't say that Cyborg failed. She didn't fail her last fight, her last test. She was given a TUE, a retroactive TUE. So you can't say that she's a cheater. She failed once in her career, absolutely. But that was in 2011. She's been tested a boatload of times, maybe more than any other fighter in the UFC right now. Certainly up there. I know that for a fact. You can't keep calling her a cheater anymore. Either you want to fight the number one contender or not. And let's be honest, the only reason why they created this division is for Cyborg. Now, that issue with USADA is what pulled her from that fight in February. She wasn't ready. She's been through a lot, cutting to 140, all that stuff. But if you don't want to fight her at this point, I mean, the UFC doesn't have much of a choice. I feel like they are reluctant to book this featherweight title fight because they're reluctant to be in the Cyborg business. Her contract is up in October. 2 fights left. If it comes to October, she's a free agent. They haven't signed any featherweights. They're not going to sign any featherweights anytime soon. There aren't enough featherweights out there. So just kind of move on at this point. But why is it dragging? I mean, I feel like the longer they take to say anything, the worse position Germaine is in. If they just come out and say, we're moving on, we're abolishing the division, it just didn't work out, whatever the case may be, great, we can all move on with our lives. But the longer they take to, like, they should have commented on this weeks ago. I don't understand what's taking so long. It's baffling to me. Yeah.
I mean, I think you've summed it up nicely. There's a lot of questions because there hasn't been, anything said regarding this, but it seems that the fighters are the ones doing the speaking on the matter. And so,
and it just gets to be too much, you know?
Yeah, Germaine wants to go down to 135 and she should have the right to do that. But then that changes drastically how that division proceeds.
It's an unfortunate situation. Here you have someone who wins the belt. I mean, I don't necessarily buy the fact that she always wanted to go down to 135. The whole thing was handled poorly from the get-go. The Cyborg signing was handled poorly. Why make her fight in Invicta? Why force her to go down to 140 and then 135? Why do this title fight if Cyborg isn't ready? The only reason to do this title fight is for Cyborg. The fight itself was somewhat of a debacle with the punches after the bell. The post-fight interview was somewhat of a debacle when she starts talking about the hand injury. The aftermath has been a debacle. The way the Cyborg situation has been handled has been somewhat of a debacle. The whole thing, every step of the way, like this featherweight division gives me such a headache every time I try to make sense of the whole thing. At this point, it's just like, make a decision and let's move on with our lives already. What is taking so long? What is taking so long? I don't understand. And I feel like it's putting her in a tough spot. It's putting Germaine in a tough spot to continue to have to explain herself and let this thing linger and linger and linger. Make Cyborg versus Kat Zingano, make the fight. If you don't want to make it for the belt, let her ride out the contract and then decide what you want to do. If you don't want to put a belt on someone who might leave, I get that. Make her fight, ride out the contract. If you want to be in the business, if you feel like there's enough fighters out there for her to fight at 145, re-sign her, bring the belt back. Until now, I mean, she should be fighting on this card this weekend. She should be fighting in Rio. One of the craziest situations in UFC history, at least in recent. And look at Kat Zingano's Twitter. She wants to fight Cyborg. She really does. So it's unfortunate for Megan Anderson. I can share her frustration as well. I understand where she's coming from. She thought that she would be signed. She's, the top featherweight in Invicta. It's clearly not happening. That to me speaks volumes. They don't want to be in the featherweight division business, and I don't blame them. There aren't enough featherweights out there. If you go back, and I know people will say, well, you've been talking about the belt. Yeah, I said you should be in the Cyborg business. She is a big enough star, a big enough draw to not make her cut to this arbitrary weight that doesn't exist, this weight class that doesn't exist, 140. Don't make her cut to 135 because that's unhealthy. Just be in the Cyborg business. There's nothing wrong with that. Just make Cyborg fights until you don't want to make Cyborg fights anymore. That's it. What's wrong with that? She's a draw. She's a star. The whole thing is just very confusing. And so that's the situation. It sounds like she's willing to get stripped. It sounds like they are on the verge of stripping her. They have not officially stripped her just yet. Cyborg is itching. Katzengano's itching. Megan Anderson is itching. And on it goes. Now let's talk about the men's 135-pound division. This is a bit of an interesting situation as well. Here we have TJ Dillashaw versus Cody Garbrandt, this feud. Great title fight between two of the very best at 135. They're on The Ultimate Fighter. They're supposed to fight July 8th. And as you heard, Garbrandt's injured, out of the fight. And TJ starts campaigning for the flyweight fight. And the UFC likes this idea. Why do they like the idea? Because they want exciting, sexy fights. And thus far, Demetrius hasn't had many of those. No fault of his own. The competition has been a little bit thin at 125. And so TJ campaigns for the flyweight title fight. UFC says, that's a great idea. He's a bigger name than Ray Borg. This is an exciting fight. Let's make it happen. To me, this is a very short-sighted decision. And they're pushing it, and clearly DJ doesn't want it. Why is it short-sighted? Well, A, TJ Dillashaw doesn't want to stay at 125. So what if he wins? Now you've just blown up another division. The talk of the past year has been 185 is stagnant. 155 is stagnant. 145 is stagnant. Why create another problem for yourself in the one division that has been rolling for quite some time? DJ is one of the most active champions in the UFC. So you're going to bring TJ Dillashaw down. He could win the fight and then have him go up and leave that division championless? And with all due respect, I don't think that TJ versus DJ sells all that much more than DJ versus Ray Borg. And that's who they were talking about originally booking DJ against in Seattle on August 19th. Great platform for him to break that record, the 10 straight title defenses that he has now, which is the record that he shares with Anderson Silva. His next would break Anderson's record. Here's the biggest issue with that fight. TJ has never made 125. This is a very personal fight for Demetrius Johnson. If TJ Dillashaw is booked against DJ and misses weight, it no longer is a title fight. So here you have a guy in DJ who makes weight like clockwork, prepare for a fight, gets ready to make history in his hometown, essentially, of Seattle. What if we get to Friday morning and TJ misses weight? That's not a title fight anymore. Can you afford that? It makes no sense to me. If this was a fight that would drastically outsell the Borg fight, then of course you have to make it. You have to make money. Pay-per-views have been down. I just don't believe it's going to drastically outsell the Ray Borg fight. I don't believe that Dillashaw wants to stay at 125. He wants to go back up. And I also feel like it's playing with fire because the guy hasn't made 125 before. And so what if he misses weight? Now you can't make history anymore. Do you disagree with anything that I'm saying here?
I don't disagree with anything. Last week, you asked me which fight I'd rather see, and it remains I'd rather see Ray Borg versus Demetrius Johnson. The only thing I'll add, though, is your concerns about TJ making weight. Ray Borg is not somebody who's made weight every time.
Yes, but he has made 125.
No, he has done it before
in his last fight. No, I know he's had issues.
You just have to add that to the mix that there is a possibility.
It's a bit of a clumsy situation. There's no doubt about it. Of course, he's not the biggest name. He's not on the biggest winning streak. I mean, there's guys in other weight classes who are on 7-fight winning streak, all this stuff and more. Yes, but to me, if there was a big difference in the pay-per-view buys that the pay-per-views that you could sell between TJ and Borg, yes, you make it. But I just don't do you really feel like TJ versus DJ does 500,000?
No, I don't think it's enough of an improvement in pay-per-views that it's worth bringing somebody down from another division. And as you said, the possibility of taking the belt and then going back for a fight with Cody Garbrandt, which would then leave that division championless, is worth the risk.
And that's a big fight.
And that fight is worth waiting for.
That fight is worth waiting for. I mean, look, if Cody is out for a year, then you have a problem. Quite frankly, I think that TJ versus Dominic Cruz 2 would then be the fight to make, right? At this point, you have to wait for Cody to come back, and you have to keep to me, you want DJ to break the record because now you have another thing that you can label him with. You can now tell people this is the winningest champion in UFC history. This is the most successful fighter in UFC history. No man has won this many title fights more than this guy, right? This is the guy. This is the GOAT. This is the king. This is the legend. This is the guy. And so I just don't understand why you would try to knock that off at this point with a guy who isn't a true flyweight and who, correct me if I'm wrong, has no ambitions of staying at flyweight. So now you have a whole mess of a situation at 125. It's just not worth it. And I feel like Demetrius Johnson at this point has kind of gained enough goodwill to where he can say, this isn't the fight that I want. To suggest that he is scared of TJ or if he's trying to duck TJ, no. The guy wants to fight a flyweight. He is the guy in this day and age of, like, not that long ago, Dana was saying, stop looking for money fights. This is the guy who's saying, no, give me the guy who's next. Give me the top contender. Let's go back to sport. This is the guy who you've been asking for. And now you're trying to criticize him for not taking the fight. And look, I understand. Fans don't have to worry about the bottom line. Fans don't have to worry about next year. They want the best fight possible on August 19th. And there's no doubt about it. For that one night only, the sexier fight, the more interesting fight is Dillashaw over Borg. There's no doubting that. But what's the long-term effects here? Do the positives really outweigh the negatives? Or is it kind of a wash? And if it's a wash, why would you do the riskier thing over the sure bet?
Yeah, and this whole situation has been compounded by the fact that Benavidez is hurt. Cejudo had to pull out of his last fight, is also hurt. It's a messy situation.
I kind of feel like things are rolling along at 125. You got Borg next. Then you have Brandon Moreno fighting Sergio Pettis. I think the winner of that fight, and that's a main event, so they're going to get a lot of attention. The main event, Mexico City, winner of that fight, he'll be next. August, same time frame. I feel like slowly but surely things are kind of going back on track.
Sure. I mean, I've said this, I've made the case for this, and I won't repeat it too many times, but I think Benavidez should be next. Now he's hurt, but I think he should fight Demetrius again.
Yeah, but he has an ACL injury. He's not.
Yeah, he's going to be out for a while. But the point about fighting whoever's next, fighting that top guy, that's the guy. So when he's healthy, that's what I want to see. Sure. Keep bringing in new guys. Whoever's the most timely at the top of 125 at the moment, give him the shot. And I think Demetrius is game for it. So I'm with you. Let's see Borg.
Do Borg, DJ in Seattle. Treat the guy like a king. Hometown. If he breaks the record, great. Now you can go out there and push him. You got that picture now. I mean, I feel like, yes, that fight is good. It's fun. All that stuff and more. But what are the long-term effects if TJ wins? And now you've just, in my opinion, annihilated a division that has taken some time to get on track. And having a king who's now broken a record that's a pretty damn impressive one, I feel like legitimizes the division to a certain degree. So we'll see what happens there. No real updates since all the drama last week. Let's see what happens. Now, how do you feel? I've already said my piece. Romero Whittaker interim title. How do you feel about it?
Love that fight.
Okay. But what about the interim title? Of course, that was the fight to make. Are you okay with the interim title fight?
In this instance, yes.
Okay.
The interim title between Anderson Silva and Yoel Romero did not make sense. Now, Bisping being injured, him still at this point, obviously plans can change. At this point, having a fight with GSP sometime later in the year, this interim title makes complete sense, and it's one of the only cases where it does.
Okay, but if you do the interim title fight, are you okay with doing Bisping GSP later on in the year, or yes?
Yeah, I mean,
because usually when you do an interim title fight, unless you're Renan Barão,
the next fight has to be
yes.
No, I'm completely okay with that, especially the way interim title fights have been instituted at this point. There's really no prestige associated with one title more than the other. They've kind of been used interchangeably. So I think that the defense of the interim title should serve the same way, and Bisping and GSP can still be booked.
Yeah, me too. Not too long. I mean, if it's February now these guys are sitting on the sidelines.
Listen, I don't love that fight.
You don't have two champions,
I don't love that fight generally. Like, I don't think Bisping versus GSP is a fight that really
you want to see Woodley
that much.
GSP?
If I had my druthers, yeah, I would. I don't really think Bisping and GSP is that great of a just stylistically, it doesn't do it for me as a fight, standalone on paper. So by no means am I saying let's put the real title or the current title on the shelf forever. But I don't have a problem with getting one fight in and then joining them back up after that.
Yeah. All right. We'll see what happens. But I do like the fight. I'm happy the division is rolling along. Romero fights, Whittaker fights. Give the guys something to fight for, and then that buys you a little bit of time. Get to see the GSP Bisping fight. It was promised. Okay, MSG, nice platform for it. Big stars.
Yep.
And then we can get back to making some kind of sense at 185. Roy Nelson signing, you like it?
Absolutely. Makes sense at this point.
What was up with Roy? Was he mad at me? I couldn't understand. I mean, I know
Isn't he always mad at you?
I don't know. I thought we're buddies. It's always weird with Roy. Like, you don't really know if he is
But first
joking.
Skype appearance, that was fun.
Yeah, and
Got to see him.
Was he really mad about that? I don't even understand.
Well, you should have asked him sooner.
I guess so. Sorry. Sheesh. It is a good signing.
Yeah, it makes sense for that division. And I think there's interesting matchups there, more so than, fighting some of the middle and lower tier guys in the UFC.
They'll build them up.
Yeah.
They'll have fun there.
Mitrione Nelson, rematch. Fedor Nelson.
Czech Congo rematch.
That one I can do without.
By the way, so Alexander Gustafsson, do you think that he should fight the winner of Cormier Jones?
Yeah.
Has he jumped over his teammate?
You've got to.
What a performance, right? Uppercut City. Bang, 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 bang.
It just means more. It means more than a win over Corey Anderson. All due respect. It just means more.
So my idea was Volkan Ozdemir versus Jimmy Manuwa July 29th, because they said they wanted Jimmy to fight on that card. So make that, I like when they showcase
Volkan getting a big boost, huh?
That's what he wants.
Dang.
I mean, he was 5th ranked.
I like it. No, I like it. I like it.
Are you on the bandwagon though, or do you feel like
let's pump the brakes there? I mean,
he just smoked. What was it, like 16 seconds? What a strange knockout.
But I think the Cirkunov thing was all circumstantial. Like, nobody was claiming that he was the best or one of the best. I think there was a thing where, oh man, he's talented. Hopefully the UFC doesn't let him, walk away. A win over Misha Cirkunov to me is not the one that same
that
as
was
a
an
win
impressive
over.
win.
It's impressive. No, don't let me.
I'm more impressed with that win than the OSP win.
No.
Yeah, he knocked the guy out in 16 seconds. The other one was a split decision.
Yeah, flash knockouts to me though, like, let's say this. Jimmy Manuwa is a very large step up. And I think it will be.
But it's the only step up.
But yeah, no, granted. I'm not poo-pooing the matchup. I like the matchup.
The only
but
other
it's a big
one that I
step
like is Shogun versus Volkan, because I don't feel.
And that might be more of an appropriate next step. But I think.
Who's Jimmy going to fight on?
I think
July 29th?
he's worthy of being in there with Jimmy. I just think that is a very large step up. Jimmy is a contender.
I mean, by the way, Volkan was ranked higher than Corey Anderson. I still don't understand how he had one fight in the UFC.
But that's the thing.
Split decision and went all the way to 5.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
How does that
The ranking
happen?
is interesting, but
I mean, that is something.
Yeah, I'm in for that fight. Let's book it.
July 29th.
And
Volkan
then Gustafsson
versus
gets the winner of Cormier Jones.
Gustafsson's comments on Jones. Whoo, boy, those were something.
I mean, it's kind of free. It's kind of free fire open season on John Jones. Everybody's taking their shots, but when he comes back.
But there's no doubt about it. This was the best case scenario for the UFC, because Jones versus Gus 2 is money. My opinion, best fight in UFC history. Jones versus DC 2, money. That was a great fight, very close fight as well.
You mean, are you talking Gustafsson?
Excuse me, Gustafsson versus Jones 2.
And Gustafsson
money,
versus
and then,
Cormier.
Yes.
Yep.
Jones versus DC 2 is great as well, and that's happening. But Glover versus Jones too.
No.
And then I know Glover hasn't fought DC, but still it doesn't really kind of have the same. This was the best case scenario. They needed that next guy, and they have Jimmy there, Volkan. Again, slowly but surely things starting. And Gökhan's coming down. I don't know about fighting for the belt next year, but great if he wants to do that.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
And it's good because Gustafsson wasn't on the most impressive streak of his career. It puts him back in that conversation. I think people are thinking of him back as they did when he was coming off the Jones fight. It was an incredible performance. He looked really, really good.
Very impressed. What a finish. What about the proposal? Are you okay with in-cage proposals?
I mean, you do it. Look, that's the biggest stage you've got. Why not?
All right.
There's something to be said about the reserved kind of, outside of the public eye proposal. But if you want to make the young lady happy, that's the one. Let everybody know.
I reached out to Courtney Casey to come on the show this week. She has an issue with the Texas Athletic Commission, but She said that she was advised to stay quiet, at least for now. Very strange situation where they claimed that she had elevated levels of testosterone, but USADA wasn't on board with this. Texas, again, I go back to them making the joke about New York and the weigh-ins. And by the way, New York has now changed their weigh-in rules to where you can't touch anything when you weigh in. Of course, we'll now call this the DC rule. Texas is the last commission that should be cracking jokes about another commission. So we'll see what happens. Speaking of women's MMA, Heather Hardy signed to that Bellator card. They also signed 2 other fights for that card. The Bellator card at MSG, I should say. Andrei Koreshkov against Chidi Njokuani. No, that's my bad. That's Bellator 182. That's August 25th. Okay, ignore that. I just said that. But that is a fun fight, Andrei Koreshkov versus Chidi Njokuani. But the Heather Hardy fight, who's a great boxer, she'll be fighting, and she's kind of a big deal in these parts, at MSG on June 24th. Speaking of New York fighters, New York-based fighters, Aljamain Sterling versus Hannah Barrow.
Yeah.
214, and Ricardo Lamas versus the Korean Zombie also added to that card in the OC.
Fire. Flames.
You like that fight for Aljo?
I like both those fights.
What about Barrow going back down to 135?
Is this a shock?
Every
single guy that is forced to move up
that's true.
comes back down. Every one of them. There's no, you know what? John Lineker thus far has not acted on that. But every other fighter forced up comes back down. It's just they feel natural in that weight class. They fought there their whole career. No matter how tough that weight class is, they're going to do it better this time, and then they're going to come back down. Just how it is.
That's an important fight at 135.
Great fight.
Stefan Struve versus Alexander Volkov was announced as the main for the Rotterdam show.
Big boys.
Big boys. That's got to be the tallest fight in UFC history. Where's our old friend Flip the Script when you need him?
I know. He never tweets anymore.
What happened?
Got to play the sad Hulk music. He's gone.
What's that?
You know, when in the TV show when Hulk was walking down the road hitchhiking, there's a soundtrack that goes with that.
And I also mentioned on Twitter late last week that they're considering doing Francis Ngannou versus Stefan Struve for later on this year, but that fight isn't quite done. A couple of hurdles for that one. But how do you feel about that? No. See, this is what happens. Francis Ngannou versus Junior Dos Santos. Are you surprised?
A little bit. That's a rough fight for Junior to bounce back on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't seem to like it.
I mean, it's good for Francis. You know, it's another fight against a big name guy that can add a feather to his cap. But for Junior,
after a knockout,
I think you got to take something easier than that. Not the number one
quick turnaround too
prospect that's coming up in that division, who puts people out, who's got knockout power. That's a tough bounce back fight for Junior. Do I think he's game in it? Probably, but not the version that we saw against Stipe. The version that we saw against Rothwell, I think, is the one we'll need if we want to compete with Francis. He's young, he's hungry. That's a tough fight coming back.
Very tough, but he wants to come back. He said he wants to, not wait on the sidelines. He says that he wants to remain active. So there aren't a lot of options at heavyweight. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if the fight gets done. I want to remind you, if you're a fan of mixed martial arts, my wife is FaceTiming me right now, but then she hung up. There's a show called Kingdom that premieres Wednesday, tomorrow, May 31st. It's season 3. Good people over there. And it's their 3rd and final season. It premieres at 8 p.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific, and it can exclusively be seen on the AT&T Audience Network. And they've done some cool things with Greg Jackson. Joe Stevenson has been a part of the show. Other MMA fighters as well. Matt Hughes did some work. One of the guys from Friday Night Lights has been on the show. If you're an MMA fan, you like scripted dramas, things like that, it's a great show. It's called Kingdom on the AT&T Audience Network, and it debuts tomorrow, May 31st at 8 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. UFC 212 is this weekend in Rio. How excited are you for this card? This is a pay-per-view. I will not be there. We shall have coverage. Esther Casey will be there. The Brazilian Beast himself, Guilherme Cruz, will be there, but I will not be making the trip. What are your thoughts on this card? Scale of 1 to 10.
I hate that. I don't know.
What do you mean you hate that?
I don't know.
Are you
1 to
hyped?
10.
Is it pay-per-view? Excited? Aldo Holloway?
There's a lot of matchups on this card that I really like.
Okay, like?
Aldo Holloway, I really, really like.
Yeah. Does it bother you that both of them lost to Conor and they're fighting for the featherweight belt? Or should we move on because he hasn't defended the title in almost 2 years?
Time to move on.
Okay, so this feels like a real featherweight title fight.
This is the championship as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the favorite?
I mean, is Conor going to compete at featherweight?
I don't know. It's hard to reach.
This is then this is the real belt. This is it. Man, that is going to be fun. I think Aldo's going to take it, but man, this is one of the fights I'm looking forward to.
You're picking Aldo
most this year. I'm picking Aldo. I think.
Great fight. Who's the favorite? I'm looking at the line.
Who's the favorite? Aldo Small.
Yeah, minus 107, plus 110.
For max 110. Yeah, I mean, that's how it's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if it flips a few times between now and then.
It is a great fight. Can't wait for this fight.
Actually, let me shout this one out.
Okay.
Brian Boom Kelleher.
Yes, this guy.
Our boy.
He is relentless.
New York's own.
Yes.
Getting the shot against
tough
Yoel
fight.
Alcantara. That's a tough one to make your UFC debut. So
in
good
Brazil.
luck to Brian.
Yes.
Submitted a lot of videos when we were giving away tickets to MSG. So shout out to
How crazy is that? 5 months ago, he was trying to get free tickets to the MSG card. Now he's fighting in the UFC.
Yeah.
Right? He was trying to be a part of that competition.
That's right.
You should have picked him so that you could have said that you went to the card with a future UFC fighter.
Oh, boy.
Wow. I don't know. I feel like that's a good story. Imagine he becomes UFC bantamweight champion.
Well, all right. Now.
Don't be a dick.
Oh, I get to go to the event with the UFC
No,
fighter?
but you could have been the guy to say, I knew that this was the guy. I picked him.
I knew that this was the guy a long time ago.
Yeah, right. I don't know anything about
Aljo vouched for him.
He did.
Shoeface on the card. Oh, a Sun Tzu and Marlon Moraes.
That's the fight. Don't be stealing all my points. Marlon Moraes is making his UFC debut. I kind of feel like this is flying under the radar here. And it's on FS1.
Marlon Moraes flies under the radar.
He does. That's kind of his
this
thing.
This is how it goes.
And it's on the... Who did FS1 pay off to get this as the preliminary headliner, if you will? This is pay-per-view stuff. And I actually like it because more people will see it.
Yeah, I think they're smart about how they distribute these things where, you know, some fights that would be considered pay-per-view worthy.
I still feel like if you're asking people to buy a pay-per-view for $65,
you got to stack it with the most you got.
You got to put the best fights on there.
Yeah.
Like this idea of spreading it out is a little
It's not a bad one, though. You know.
What's not a bad one? The pay-per-view?
The pay-per-view. It's not, look, I get it.
Marlon Moraes versus a Sun Tzu is infinitely more interesting than
absolutely.
I'm not saying that's not a bad fight, but this is his debut.
Sure, and it could have used Anderson Silva, and it could have used Cyborg, granted. But I like this pay-per-view.
No, it's fine. I'm excited. Get to watch it at home. Very rare for me.
Vitor, who was previously going to be walking away,
my problem with the
now
Vitor
not
fight.
walking away.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing has been ruined. The interesting thing is, how are they going to handle it? Are they going to call this his retirement fight when he is saying in every interview out there that it's not his retirement fight anymore? Like Anthony Johnson retired, and now he's saying, I'm getting that itch again a month later. Vitor retired, didn't have the retirement fight yet, and is already having that itch. What a bizarre situation that is. Who's the favorite in that fight?
Vitor.
Slight.
Oh, that was right? Okay, good. I was thinking about reversing it.
Minus 147, plus 150.
That one's a hard... I mean, I think it's kind of who gets clipped first is going to win that. Who is going to lose that one. Whoever gets clipped is in trouble. Both of those guys are kind of at the point in their careers where it can be a quick night. And I think Vitor is the rightful favorite, but it's very close.
Yeah, I just kind of wish that he would have. You know, I'm used to people.
This is MMA. There are no retirements.
Yeah, but it's very rare to say you're going to have a retirement fight and then go back on that.
Is it?
No, before the retirement fight.
Before, yeah, maybe.
That's the rare part. Like, at least go through with it do the thing in the
And then come back,
cage,
yeah.
and then come back a month later. But to actually do it before the fight is a little bit rare, in my opinion. I'm very excited for the Marlon Moraes fight, as I said. I'm excited for that fight. I love the Claudio Gadelha fight versus Karolina Kowalkiewicz because, A, they both have losses to Joanna, but they're both, I mean, everyone thinks that they're, 2-3, if we count Joanna as number 1, because Karolina, let's not forget, has a win over Rose. And I love Karolina on Embedded. Everything is, this is amazing. Do you notice that she says that every time about everything? It's so amazing. It's amazing. In the UFC is amazing.
It's good. Then you don't have to ask her how she feels because now you know.
I feel amazing.
This is amazing.
She says that every time.
Yeah.
It's great. But that is an important fight. And I guess they're fighting, they're kind of in that weird spot, especially Claudia is. Karolina can still get that. I mean, could you imagine KSW selling 58,000 Karolina versus Joanna in Poland? What could that do?
Kaboom.
Kaboom.
Yeah, that would be
very well said.
That'd be humongous.
As you mentioned, Shoeface versus Eric Spicely, Johnny Eduardo versus Matthew Lopez, who was on looking for a fight. Your boy.
This is not low on talent.
I'm
this
excited.
Is a good card. Silva and Yancey.
Yeah. The great judo Jim Wallhead. He's on the Fight Pass prelims. Jamie Moyle is on the card. Who's the favorite in the Silva Madero fight? Medeiros.
That's a good one. Silva?
No. Medeiros slight favorite.
What do we got?
Minus 110, plus 103.
Yeah, that's razor close. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. All right. Well, so that's this Saturday, and it's on pay-per-view, the main card. Prelims, half of them are on FS1, and then, of course, the early prelims, if you will, are on Fight Pass. By the way, dating back to Sunday, 11 UFC events in 11 weeks coming up. Isn't that wild? 11 UFC events in 11 weeks. That's almost a full NFL season. We've got Stockholm, Rio this Saturday. Then we've got New Zealand, the 10th. 17th, we've got Singapore. 25th, we've got OKC. There's a break on the 1st, but then we come back International Fight Weekend with the 7th and 8th in Las Vegas. Got the 15th, Scotland. Leslie Smith versus Lena Landsberg was just added to that card. Hopefully Robert Whittaker gets on that card. What's taking so long? 22nd, we've got Long Island. 29th, we've got Anaheim. 5th, we've got Mexico City. 11 and 11.
And you'll be there for all of them.
No, I will not. I will be there for 7, 8, 22, 29. That's 4 in July.
Big.
Great birthday month for me. All right. Thank you very much.
I mean,
yes.
Before we go, maybe pop open one more button on that.
What do you want?
Give me one more.
What are you talking about?
Give me one more. Oh, yeah.
I'm wearing a t-shirt here, bro.
That's what we want.
You have to understand, I've been sitting here for almost 4 hours. It's kind of hot, although I asked for it to be hot. I'm not complaining.
This is true. Now, I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. You always like it warm in the studio. I like it cool.
I like it very, very hot.
Is there like something technical to it? Yeah, is there something
I don't like to
behind
be
it?
cold. I'd rather be warm.
But does it?
I like to sleep in layers. I like to sleep in a t-shirt, a hoodie, sometimes shorts, and sweatpants over the shorts.
Oh my Lord.
And socks.
Is it like a thing where you feel something physically though? Like, do you feel like you're thrown off your game? You can feel the effects of it.
I feel like I could focus more when I'm hot.
Okay.
I don't want to live in a cold climate anymore. If I could move, I would move in a second.
I tell you, Hawaii is beautiful.
Yeah, I would love to move there with the brothers, the ohana.
I mean,
mahalo.
It's on the table.
Is it really on the table? I don't know about that. Unless all of you want to move with me, that would be nice. But I don't know if I'd have a job if I moved to Hawaii. Well, I could do the reporting, the event stuff and all that, but...
Listen, they got to bring that UFC event to Hawaii should Max Holloway win.
That would be nice. That would be nice. BJ Penn, Max Holloway, Brett Tavares.
That's the fight? I hope not.
Oh, no. I just mean they've got, I mean, now more than ever, they've got some names.
Yeah.
You know?
Yancey, if he picks up a big win here.
Yancey's on the card. It's a big card for the Hawaiian MMA scene. They've been very patient. So, all right. Thank you to everyone who tuned in on this Tuesday. Didn't really lose much of the audience, which was good. I always worry about that. And thank you. Now I seem silly. I'm a little self-conscious, even though I am wearing a T-shirt, in case you're just listening to this. I'm not one of those with the chest hair and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I do like to remain a little bit conservative, you know? And thank you to those who also watched on Facebook. We'll do that from time to time. YouTube kind of our bread and butter. That's my home. They've treated us very well over there, so I don't want to turn my back on them. And thank you to everyone who stopped by as far as guests are concerned. You can hear my music. We are out of time. Alex in the back asked me on Facebook, if you go more than 4 hours, the stream cuts. So he bet me that I couldn't be less than 4 hours. And here I am at 3:58. So how about that? That's for all the haters out there. And Robert Whittaker checking in. Get this man in Scotland. What's going on? Here you have a homegrown talent, a fan favorite who is ready, coming off a great win over a UFC vet. Just put him on the card. Sell some tickets. That's my man right over there. He gave me this haggis. He's the haggis hunter, Robert Whittaker. July 15th. We've got time. Give him anyone. He'll blow right through them. Thank you very much to Yoel Romero and Ray for stopping by. Yes, they were tardy, but we appreciate them stopping by nonetheless. Actually, if we're being accurate, Ray was the tardy one. Thank you very much to Cody Garbrandt for stopping by. Get well soon. Thank you very much to the one and only Gökhan Saki, making his UFC debut later on this year. That's very exciting. Thank you very much to Mike Perry for stopping by. Best of luck to him. Thank you very much to Roy Nelson. Still not quite sure if he's mad at me or not, but I appreciate him stopping by, and congrats on signing the UFC deal. It was great to counter that with Sage Northcutt. Welcome back, Sage. Good luck on July 29th. Thank you very much to George St-Pierre. Best of luck to him. Best of health. And thanks for DC MMA himself, Daniel Cormier, stopping by. Appreciate that as well. Back next Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.